Hello, check. Two. I don't know what's going on, folks. I just restarted my computer. I just restarted the computer. It seems to be working. Thanks for bearing with me here. I'm back. And thanks, John, for the 5 gifted subs. That's kind of you. That was not your fault. That was not your fault. All I did, I was just adjusting the... I don't want my mic to be low, so... pointing out that the volume is low is totally fine to do. And all I was doing was adjusting the gain. That should not affect...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob.
Thank you, John, for the 30 months of Tier 2 and everything you do for the community, John. Thank you. Yeah, so that's not on you. I don't know. I was just fiddling with the gain. That should not affect my ability to use the microphone. Anyway, we're all good. We're all good now. Hurts to type. Let's remember the true victims of tragedy right now. Predominantly me and my fingy. No, I'm just joking. Obviously. Our culture is sick. Our culture is sick. Western culture is a death cult. What I've witnessed in math media is unforgivable. I mean, it's impossible to pay attention to what the media is like here right now and feel sane. You see a lot of people in our society are really okay with genocide happening in real time and are all lining up behind the people that are doing the genocide. And all our governments are complicit in it. You know, people you know, friends. It's just it's alienating, isn't it? I mean, that's ultimately what it is. That's the word. That's one of the reasons that I think, you know, Marxism is really important to learn about, because you learn about the concept of alienation and then you realize how fitting that is. Especially in these moments. Not sponsored by arms manufacturers. What about leg manufacturers? That would actually be a pretty good bit if it was sponsored by some kind of like leg prosthesis company. Nuance is a word I wish libs never discovered. Stand on principle or be the cowards that you are and do this both sides. Nonsense while Palestinians live under decades of systematic military oppressions, torture, while bombs drop every moment of their lives. I mean, I think this is exactly the problem with all the people. And it seems like there was this big mainstream push, you know, Monday, Tuesday, this week. And, you know, Naomi Klein was doing it. The progressive politicians, the squad, etc., except for Rashida Tlaib. Jacobin, Majority Report. Anyone that's on this progressive side that's at least touching that mainstream took the first few days of this conflict to like discipline the left and to talk about people not condemning Hamas enough or suggesting that they're okay. I mean, just suggesting that they're okay with indiscriminate random violence against people. I mean, which is just a fucked up thing to suggest in and of itself. That's why this whole do you condemn question is so ridiculous in the first place, because you're just assuming we should be able to assume that people are against indiscriminate violence against people, but people spent days talking earlier this week talking about Hamas and talking about the violence of Hamas and the Hamas atrocities. And now a lot of these people, and honestly, I'm trying to be gracious. I really am. Because a lot of these people now are trying to do the right thing. They're pointing to what Israel is doing in Gaza. That now talking about this demand that 1.2 million people in Gaza just evacuate in 24 hours or basically be killed. That's basically what the Israeli government is saying. And you have people trying to do the right thing. And they're saying this is wrong. This is genocidal. We shouldn't support this. You just spent, though, multiple days this week providing a justification for this genocide to happen. You know, it's an incoherent position to have, I believe. When you spend days talking about the violence of these radicals and extremists among the Palestinian resistance, and then you turn around and say, like, well, what is the Israeli military doing? What's the Israeli government doing? Well, they're going after the people that you just spent the last couple of days making sure that we were all talking about and condemning and doing that. I mean, what do you expect to happen? You know? I find that just really disappointing, and that's exactly why when this started to kick off, this attack, that's exactly why people's initial reaction is to stand for Palestinians, because they know that the violence is coming. And the people that like finger wagged at folks that were organizing protests to stand for Palestinians, and they spent their time finger wagging at those people and denouncing them and suggesting that they support Hamas. Now they're turning around and saying, like, well, what, we need to help Palestinians. Like, what's going on? You know, it's just... It's really bad. And I like, this is what I wish people could learn this lesson. Learn this lesson. Like, if you're against what the Israeli government, what you know is what they're going to do, then like, don't sit there and use whatever platform you have to justify this and give them pretext for it. Yeah, we have countries declaring Palestinian flags and protests as terrorism. I mean, like, look at what's going on. You know, this is not a time to say, like, hey, both sides need to calm down here. You know, both sides do bad things. In this moment, as difficult as it can be, and I get that it's difficult, but in this moment, that viewpoint is not helpful. That viewpoint is helping nobody. It's certainly not helping Palestinians. It's not even helping Israelis. It's not helping anybody. At this exact moment, to say, hey, both sides do bad things. Look at me. Look how brave I am. Unlike these terrorist sympathizers on the left, the extreme left, I am a reasonable individual, and I'm going to take the incredibly brave stance that both sides do bad things. Ha ha. Look at me, I'm Mr. Nuance. You know, it's like, it's not brave. It's not a brave position to be like, I'm against indiscriminate violence against civilians. That's like a normal thing for people to believe. You know? I think we should all assume that that's the baseline that we're all coming from here. But like I keep saying, you know what? For all these calls to condemn, we must condemn this, we must condemn Hamas, condemn violence against civilians. We should absolutely condemn violence, especially when it's violence against children. Especially. And if you're against violence against civilians and children, then you must be against the occupation. You must be against apartheid. All the violence that's being directed towards civilians right now is the result of apartheid, colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and everything that's happening, all the innocent people that are suffering because of that, those are the causes. So if you're against that violence, and we're all against it, if you're against that, you must be against the occupation. That's the way to stop the violence, is to end the occupation, to end apartheid. think Relic had something here. I'm done with everyone who fell for the bullshit in the first day. There's no redemption for this anymore. You promoted genocide. End of story.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego, for the 3 gifted subs. I'm just going to... If you folks don't mind, I'm just going to mute the alerts for today. Because we're going to go to like what's happening in Gaza. It's just horrifying. Like I don't know what we're going to witness today. Like it might be more later in the day or on the weekend that the results of this really become clear, but like I just don't want the fucking alerts going off with shit about, you know, it's just I really, you know, I can't do this show if people don't support it. So if people are able to do that, I appreciate it a lot. I'm just for today, maybe I'm just not going to make a big deal of the alerts, and I will happily thank anybody that supports the show, but I don't want to deal with the audio alerts and all that shit today. Oh, my music's not. I don't need music. It's okay. So I don't know. I think that's that. If anyone tuned into my streams or saw anything that I was saying and thought that I wasn't being insensitive or, you know, not promoting violence or anything like that, like, you know, I hope people understand my stance on that and my position on that. But that's why I think it's really important in those moments to not play these kind of rhetorical games. That's why I think it was important. And you know what? Like I said, like I've had people take my tweets, and you know, when I woke up on Saturday, and I had seen before going to bed that this kind of offensive had started, and I woke up in the morning and I see these like images of the Gaza prison fence being bulldozed, and anyone that's paid any attention to that conflict or knows anything about how people in Gaza have been suffering for going on 20 years now. I mean, to say nothing of the multiple decades of the occupation, but just in particular Gaza, what, 18 or 20 years this blockade's been going on? 17, 18 years? If you know anything about that conflict, and again, if anyone has not seen this film, Gaza Fights for Freedom, it's free on Means TV right now. I think it's free on YouTube right now as well. Please just take the time to watch this film so you understand what is people are going through there. So just so you have an understanding of what the desperation that people are in and the constant violence that they're living under. Hey Red Scary, how's it going? I got some Tapper clips to look at. Jake Tapper's so fucking lame. I see him on Blue Sky and he's like, "Oh, I'm a little small bean posting on a website. It me, Jake Tapper." And then he's like on TV being like, "Genocide is good." Anyway, I woke up on Saturday. I saw those images of the Gaza prison fence being bulldozed. And yeah, if you know anything about that conflict, you should celebrate that. Anyone that knows anything about that conflict should find those images inspiring and beautiful, and I still do. I think people tried to take my reaction in that moment to suggest that, you know, that I support indiscriminate violence against people, that I think it's great when people are murdered, you know, and I don't. I think it's fucking horrifying. But rather than take that horror and start to hem and haw and take this kind of both sides position and saying, let's make sure, just in case anyone thinks that I might support violence, that I come out and condemn and I condemn Hamas and I condemn violence and I say all the words so people know how serious I am. And I take this time to focus really on focusing on these atrocities that took place. And, you know, there's been a lot of lies and fake stories out there. I think it's confirmed that some horrible shit did happen. I think we can all agree on that, right? But that's just why, like, it's not about you in that moment as well. It's like, and what are you accomplishing by that? What are you accomplishing by using your platform, whatever it is, whether you're some dipshit with a Twitch stream like me, whether you have a larger platform, whether you're a progressive politician or whoever you are. It's not, I know you have this urge to like show how serious you are about this, and you don't want to be lumped into this category of supporting terrorism or whatever, but that's what you accomplish ultimately. Like you play this game and you are laying the groundwork for the Israeli government to commit genocide. And that, yeah, I think that to me is kind of an incoherent position when you spend multiple days talking about how horrible Hamas is and condemning and browbeating people who aren't condemning them enough. And then you turn around and say, what's the Israeli government doing? And it's like, well, the Israeli government's going after the people that you just spent multiple days making sure everyone knew how horrible they were. You know, that's exactly why I don't think that's helpful. I had vaguely pro-Palestine views, and then I read My Happiness Bears No Relation to Happiness, which is a bio of a Palestinian writer and also covers the Nakba and the history of his village in detail. It's like, oh, that's what happened. We don't really hear much about it, do we? What we hear is, well, both sides really hate each other, and you know, it's complicated, and we just have to condemn violence, and that's all. But we don't really know about the actual history, do we? Kwame has the final word on this. Racism is not a question of attitude, it's a question of power. Yeah, and you know, people have asked me, like, you know, why are you talking about this? It's like, you don't know anyone there, you don't live there. You know, you have friends that are Jewish, and maybe it makes them uncomfortable. But like, well, first of all, it's like I don't think you need to know anyone that lives somewhere to be against it. Like I'm against the occupation of Palestine. I'm against keeping Gazans in a prison camp, just like I was against the Iraq War. You know, I don't know anyone in Iraq. Just like I would have been against apartheid, just like I would have been against the Vietnam War. You know, that's what my values are. And when your government is funding this, when your government is financing the weapons that are being launched into Gaza to bring down apartment blocks on little kids, when your government just unequivocally stands by Israel while they're doing this and gives them the implicit okay to carry out this this barbaric campaign, then you have to say something. And yeah, it does make people uncomfortable. It does. But like you can't let that, I think, you can't stay silent against a horrific injustice like that because it's making people uncomfortable. You do know people who live there through me. You're number one VIP. Okay, well, that's good then. If anyone asks me, I'm going to make sure I make that clear. Yeah, and that's it. Frankly, like if you support Israel at this point, I think you should feel uncomfortable. I think that's the reality. And that's it. It's not it like when you're talking about power. That's it. It's like that's the exact reason that it's like you can't take this like, well, it's complicated, and you know both sides need to stop being violent, and both sides people need to talk to each other. But it's like there's one side has all the power, and one people have nothing. There's one side that has the full strength of the entire every single like Western country behind it. Fine, it's billions of dollars guaranteed every year. Just even when they're spending those billions of dollars carrying out crimes, Like the United States government says, like, we consider these settlements that you're building illegal. Stop building those settlements. But here's your no questions asked, $4 billion per year or anything, or whatever it is. Please don't build settlements. And then lo and behold, that's what it gets used for. You know? The full weight of like everyone in the media, everyone in our political class just being like, no, it's okay what you're doing. They're right to do it, and it's okay. I mean, you know, it's not helpful to spend all the time kind of like talking about how horrible Hamas is and how much they deserve to be treated this way, in the same way that it's not really helpful to be like, I'm not involved. It makes people uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about it. Both sides need to calm down. Both sides need to do. It's just like none of this is helpful. Supporting Hamas as a result of blowback, is that correct? Is that correct thinking? I think so. Like, if you want to talk about any violence or horrible things that Hamas has done, like that is blowback. It's the exact same thing as like the Al Qaeda or ISIS, becoming these terrorist threats that then the United States government holds up to justify more military spending and more military interventions. It is blowback. Like, Hamas is the inevitable result of decades of Israeli policy where they've assassinated every single like secular leader of one of these movements. They've upheld Hamas so they could divide the Palestinian people and destroy the PLO. They literally helped create Hamas. It absolutely is blowback, and this is what I mean. You should condemn violence, especially against kids, like I'm saying. But if you're against that, you should be against the Israeli government, because that's the cause of it. That is the cause of it. So that's it. It's just, no matter how hard it is, it's like in this moment, you see who has the power and who doesn't have it. You see Israel carrying out these like horrific crimes. And like, I get that it makes people uncomfortable, but you got to stand up for what's right. History is on our side here. If you stand in full solidarity with Palestine and the people of Gaza, especially, history is on your side. So that's the thing that I take comfort in, even though I do recognize that I think sometimes this does make people uncomfortable. People in your life. I get it. Hello, Orb Lady. It's not that. It's 12:40. It's 12:40. Isn't it early? Objective history, maybe, but at this rate, not the one written. Well, you know what? Maybe it's not going to be for a while. Maybe it's not going to be for a while, Although I do think we have an overall arc of history that's bending in a certain direction, and it's going away from the West. It's going away from the American Empire. That's going to take a long time. That's going to take a long time, but I still do think that, the arc of history does bend towards justice. It's just a long arc. Thank you, Rob, for not being a genocidal freak. Thank you, Red Scary. I appreciate it. And thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. I appreciate all the support that you've shown me in this channel and this community. The arc of history is golden, and there's 2 of them. You get a McRib for a limited time. Denounce Hamas. I don't know. Well, and like I've been saying too, it's just like we've been covering this, but this is a multi-pronged attack here on the part of the Palestinian resistance. Hamas is part of it. And I don't think, regardless of whatever lies that have been floating around about this, and I think that there are many, I don't believe it's deniable that Hamas has done terrible things as part of this attack. But it's a multi-pronged attack that has been attacking military targets. And attacking military targets in this situation is completely legal under international law and morally correct as well. And whatever has happened, whatever Hamas is responsible for, has been used to completely delegitimize that entire fact. Or we're holding up these Israeli casualties as if every single person is a civilian, and we're not acknowledging the fact that like the people who's in the IDF and who was it in part of these like casualty numbers that we're talking about. Because if you're in the IDF, you're a soldier. You're a soldier that's part of a military occupation. You know? Like the UN Charter and international law says that if you're a soldier occupying people like that and denying them their basic human rights, which is what the IDF is doing, you're a legitimate target. You know, and that's not just like celebrating people's death or celebrating the attacks on civilians. Like it's the opposite of being a civilian if you're in the IDF. You're a soldier. Dynamic Nibbles. Thank you for the 400 bits. Not only is Hamas the group that Israel wanted and fostered, but who can even blame any Palestinian for feeling the way they feel and acting the way they act in the face of the horrific violence enacted on them now and every day before they have for 70 years. I mean, like we've continued to talk about, Gaza, like it's a prison camp. People have been in a prison camp. Like the occupation's been going on, for 70 years. Even just Gaza, the last few decades. Like you stick people in a fucking prison camp that they can't leave. Once a year, maybe once every 2 years, you're bombing the shit out of these residential neighborhoods. You're restricting their electricity. You're restricting what food and medicine can come in. People live for years and years and years in that environment. And then it's really surprising when they turn to extremist groups. We're so shocked and appalled when this happens. Oh my word. It's so shocking and appalling when this happens. And we're acting like that's not just the inevitable result. The inevitable and I would say desired result is to push people towards that, which then gives you this endless excuse to terrorize them even further. I mean, this is colonialism, right? It's not just about Arabs and Jews or Israelis or Palestinians or Israel. This is the violence of colonialism. If you look at the history of colonialism, you see this cycle play out all the time. I've been reminded of thinking about some of this stuff. The Indian Mutiny, which is a really fascinating history that people should look into. The Indian Mutiny, which I believe was, I'm a little unclear, fuzzy on the dates, but it was like the late 1860s or early 1870s, I believe. But you read into that Indian Mutiny and the causes of it and some of the violence that happened as part of this mutiny, and the violence was brutal. It was horrible. When this mutiny was going on, there was some extremely horrible things to happen to not just to British soldiers, but to women and children as well. Awful. Like it's awful to read about and think about. But it's like that's what you have to understand, though. It's like that's the violence of colonialism. Like that's what it creates. You know, when you're occupying a people, You're occupying a people and you're exploiting them, and you can see the figures, what the East India Company and the British Empire were extracting from India. Extracting trillions of dollars of wealth, increasing poverty and illiteracy in India over that almost 300-year period of colonization. You know? That's the violence that inevitably results from that. And you don't have to say, and no one should say, that these Indian mutineers, when they attacked British women and children and killed them, that it's good, or that you think it's fantastic that happened. It's horrible to read about, really. But like that's just the inevitable conclusion. This is the violence that colonialism creates. I think about like Che Guevara, right? Imperialism. It turns men into bloodthirsty beasts, he said. It turns men into bloodthirsty beasts. It's not just the imperialists, but it has that effect on the victims of imperialism, the victims of colonialism. Here's a great quote I posted in Discord from an AJ Plus editor on the Hamas condemn era. What channel is that, Dr. Maggot? Because when you send me Discord links here and I click on it, it like brings me to the website and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Have you read Discourse on Colonialism by Aim Cesar? Because it is 50 pages and fantastic. That sounds really great, and I will do that. Yeah, or Nat Turner. I mean, there's numerous examples from this. Or it's like in Vietnam, like this resistance to colonialism it's not pretty. It's not nice. That's one thing I've been thinking about a lot, And that's when people say, like, you're singling out Israel, you're singling out Jews. And we don't have to single out Israel. We do need to talk about what's happening in Israel right now, because it's like, that's what's going on right now at this moment, and our government's paying for it, and our entire media is supporting it. And it seems like most of our family and friends are supporting it as well. So that's why we have to talk about it. But we don't need to single out Israel. You see this cycle play out anytime you have a powerful occupying force and a colonized and desperate people. You'll see the same cycle play out. And then just in the same way, you see the British Empire after the mutiny, when they restored order, they ended the mutiny, and they were ruthless. They were ruthless going after the people that had rebelled. And their violence, the violence of the mutineers, was used as the reason for this. We got to come down hard. You see this over and over in the British Empire. I think reading about the British Empire, and like they're deeply implicated in the creation of Israel in the first place. So much of our problems stem from the fucking British. It's actually like pretty amazing. You see this cycle play out a number of times in the British Empire, though, in Afghanistan, in South Africa. When the Zulus absolutely crushed the British and decimated them in South Africa, they came back way stronger and were absolutely ruthless. You oppress, you colonize a people, you exploit people. In the case of the Zulu War, you had the British invading their country where they had an agreement not to go into, and they fought back, which is legitimate. And then that fighting back gets used as justification for even more extreme violence, even more extreme colonialist violence. You see this play out time and time again throughout history. During the Dakota Native Uprising of the 1860s, you mentioned the government legitimately put out $200 bounties for the skins of Native people. Exactly. I mean, the whole history of colonization here in North America as well is like you see the same cycle play out. And a lot of, when families and people were targeted in those uprisings as well. And it was the same thing. We got to we've got to protect our women and children from this horde of these hordes of savages. Like, that's what it comes down to, right? Whether you're talking about the British in India or Afghanistan or South Africa, or you're talking about the settling of Canada or the United States, whether you're talking about Israel and Palestine, this is the cycle of violence of colonialism. This is what it looks like and we're seeing. That's the reason we're talking about it right now in Israel, because we're seeing it play out in real time. They prove that colonization, I repeat, dehumanizes even the most civilized man. That colonial activity, colonial enterprise, colonial conquests, which is based on contempt for the native and justified by that contempt, inevitably tends to change him who undertakes it. That the colonizer who, in order to ease his conscience, gets into the habit of seeing the other man as an animal, accustoms himself to treating him like an animal, and tends objectively to transform himself into an animal. It's all part of Western ideology, the idea of just brutalizing problem groups. Look at our approaches to crime generally. Yeah, and talk about not singling out Israel. This is another point I made on the podcast this week. But this like disproportionate use of violence, this monopoly on violence, and this asymmetry in who's allowed to like commit violence and who's not allowed to commit it. You see the same thing, play out just in our communities with the police, and how the police in our own community have endless resources and endless ability to wage violence against people. And then as soon as that violence is given back to them, we treat it as this horrible, horrible tragedy. And once again, it's used to justify even more violence. You see it right now still in our own society to this day. And it's the same thing. Like in the way that Israel will say, like, oh no, we don't mean to kill civilians. Abu Shireen Abu Akleh was an accident, or caught in a crossfire, or whatever flimsy justifications they give for whatever violent crime they're committed of, and our media just repeats it verbatim, the same way they do with what police unions say. Anytime there's a police-involved shooting, our media just instantly prints their version of events, their lies, and prints it as fact. It's not just about Israel. It's such a blatant childish self-justification too. We're expected to politely debate them at like rubes who see their position as valid and not monstrous. Well, yeah, and this is why I reject this kind of idea. We just need to like, everyone needs to calm down and just talk to each other. We just need to talk to each other. Like you're either against apartheid or you're not. And I think the fact that it involves Israelis, the fact that it involves this Jewish ethno-state makes it uncomfortable for people. No one would be uncomfortable if it was the 80s, Oh, let's not talk about apartheid. It's complicated, it's complex. It makes people uncomfortable. Let's not talk about it. Like you're either against, no one has that attitude. You're either against apartheid or you're not. That's pretty much dispensing with the "it was an accident" rhetoric now. Israel just bombed a group of journalists in Lebanon today and was clearly targeted. I mean, we're seeing unbelievable levels of them just like flagrantly violating whatever principles we're supposed to pretend that they have. They just don't care right now. And neither do our leaders. Neither do our political leaders. They're targeting the routes people are using to flee the north. So the whole thing about this Siglufakas, we're going to look at this clip. The whole thing about this evacuation, like, is that what this is about? Because this whole order to evacuate people, like, it's setting the stage for such a disaster. You're talking about moving 1.2 million people in 24 hours over in a city that's been bombed to the fucking ground with no infrastructure and no roads. Like, were they even serious about that? Or are they just, isn't that an excuse to just get people out in the open? And then we have journalists and politicians saying, like, wait, we need to step in and, like, evacuate people. We need to, that's the humanitarian thing that we're going to do right now. We're going to, in a very humanitarian way, try to evacuate civilians from Gaza, which is ethnic cleansing, right? Everyone in Gaza right now knows that if they leave, they will not be able to come back to their home. Like, if helping Gazans doesn't mean evacuating them from Palestine so they can never ever come back. You know, what they want to do is be able to leave Gaza and not live in a prison camp, and to have freedom of movement. We're saying, why don't we just do ethnic cleansing? Like that, yeah, that's really helpful. That's really valuable. Yeah, and no refugee camp hasn't been attacked in the past. I mean, Israel regularly attacks refugee camps.
More updates about the evacuation that I've been talking about since the morning. More updates about the evacuation that I've been talking about since the morning. Do you remember when I said that they push people to evacuate from the northern to the southern areas via a safe route, as they said? Okay, that was a trick. That was a trick. They targeted ambulances, cars, and buses in the road, and more than 150 people were killed until now, as I heard from other press and other journalists. So this is part 3. They are playing with us. They are playing with and on us. They told us this is a safe route. Innocent people took anything from their homes and went to the southern areas, and they killed them. They literally killed them. Literally more than 30 ambulance cars until now reached the Shifa, and it's not ended. It's not ended yet. Many people are killed. Most of them are children. The scenes are really hard. I can't even imagine that I'm living this. I can't imagine that this is real. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my life. Please do something. So
did Hamas tell them it was a trap? Well, I did see. This is fucking just horrifying. This is from the Resistance News Network Telegram. Said the general. This was Amanda Yee, our friend Amanda, was posting this last night. Said the General Popular Committee for Refugee Affairs releases an important note regarding confronting psychological warfare. Or a great Palestinian people, some media outlets have published false news urging citizens to migrate from the northern Gaza Strip governorate to the southern Gaza Strip governorates. We would like to emphasize that this news is false and has no basis in truth. It is part of the psychological war waged by the Israeli occupation against our steadfast Palestinian people. Therefore, we affirm that all governorates of the Gaza Strip, whether north or south of the Gaza Strip, are targeted governorates. The process of displacement or departure from the north to the south is illogical and constitutes a threat to the lives of our honorable citizens. The audio recordings that the occupation plays on citizens' phones are random recordings and audio messages aiming to destabilize our internal unity as part of this psychological warfare. Therefore, we urge you not to respond to such false news, to remain steadfast in your homes, and to stand firm in the face of this dirty psychological war waged by the Israeli occupation. The word is yours. You're the people of the mighty. You're the people of patience and steadfastness. The occupation is on its way to collapse and defeat. Steadfastness, stand firm. This is our land. We will not leave it. So it seems like there was some warnings not to leave and not to kind of fall for this idea. This is and here's what our remember we talk about our media. What they teach in J school: never editorialize. Never editorialize. You never want to editorialize. You know, you always want to be objective. And then you have a CNN journalist on my way to Israel to report on the war. I got on the Air France flight and the entire crew was singing in Hebrew. Caught this tearful moment as people boarded. The flight attendant Jean-Paul hugged people, including me. I nearly burst into tears too. Love still wins.
Hallelujah. Ashiri kulam.
Like, Israel is the country that's doing the genocide right now. Hebrew is not a real language. They made it up. Some of the most badass stuff that I've seen over the last couple of days, Red Scary, are like the like anti-Zionist Jews that have been a big part of this like pro-Palestine movement. And you have people starting to like coming up to them to talk in Hebrew and they respond in Yiddish, like contemptuously. That's always very enjoyable to see. Yeah, I mean, this is the country that's doing the genocide right now. This is like the amazing thing, and it's still being framed. It's still being framed, as if they're they're the victims. They're the victims here. The small bean country that's with the full backing of the United States of America and Canada and every other fucking Western country that gets the nonstop flow of billions of dollars and all the weapons and the tanks and planes, and you have an army. The whole media is working to like ensure that you have the full right to commit ethnic cleansing right now, and they're still kind of doing this narrative that they're somehow the victims. And listen, I really do. We think we need to make a distinction between like unarmed people, civilians, etc. This and listen, we also need to point out that there's many Israelis that are against this occupation. Many Israelis are blaming this current violence right now on Netanyahu. Like, Netanyahu is not gaining in popularity from this, and like that kind of regime. Many people in Israel are against this occupation. We need to recognize that. This guy, though, I hope something bad happens to this guy. I have no sympathy. I have no sympathy for this specific person. There are people that are posting shit like this on TikTok. Like, this is sickening. This is absolutely sickening. I'm sorry, but I don't have sympathy for that specific person. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry if that's insensitive. I mean, what kind of a sicko do you have to be? Like, it's fucking kids. There's just millions of children in Gaza that don't have electricity or clean water, and this is what people are fucking doing. This is not a politician. This is just some random asshole. Some random settler asshole. They're blaming him, but nearly all of them still want to flatten Gaza. There are not many people opposing the occupation. They just don't like Netanyahu anymore because intelligence fucked up. And I don't want to downplay that either. Like, I don't. I really don't. Because I know that there's, we've watched that video of Abby Martin talking to people in Tel Aviv about what to do with the Palestinians. And it's like, they all just sound like fucking Nazis with their solutions. So I really don't want to downplay that. That's true. But yeah, that's the idea of how sick you have to be to mock children. And you're living, like, it's because of your country, your ethno-state has led to this desperation. They don't have fucking clean drinking water. They don't have electricity. And you're sitting on TikTok, like, bragging about it. Like, that is honestly incomprehensible to me. Like, that guy's not against Hamas. That's not about Hamas. You're bragging about kids going hungry and dying in bombing attacks and not having access to drinking water, and you're bragging about it for clout on social media. Like, that's sickening. Biden is now fundraising on this. Okay, and look, this is an important point as well. Okay? We talked about, like, the squad and how many people in, like, the progressive factions in our government have tried to take this kind of what they claim is like a nuanced position and said, like, and spent days talking about how horrible Hamas was and framing people that are standing with Palestinians as being like Hamas supporters. And I talked about how incoherent that is when Israel takes that justification that you've helped manufacture for them and starts carrying out genocide, and then they say, like, well, what are they doing? I don't support this, and how I think that's unhelpful. And then look at what all that nuance gets you. This is what I keep saying, right? For all these people that are trying to take this like moral, like this moral stance, or make this equivocation, or make sure you condemn who you have to condemn before you talk about the occupation, before you talk about apartheid, this is what it gets you. This is what it gets you from the fucking spokesperson of the Biden administration, who are 100% supportive of all the absolute butchery that Israel is committing right now in Gaza.
I've seen some of those statements this weekend, and we're going to continue to be very clear. We believe they're wrong. We believe they're repugnant, and we believe they're disgraceful. Our condemnation belongs squarely with terrorists who have brutally murdered, raped, kidnapped hundreds of Israelis. There can be no equivocation about that. There are not two sides here. There are not two sides.
No, there isn't two sides. I agree with that.
Been clear on where he has stood. You heard from him directly today. You heard from him also on Saturday on this. There's been multiple statements from this president, and he's taking action to provide additional support to ensure that Israel has what they need. I've seen some of those statements this weekend, and we're going to continue to be very clear. We believe they're wrong. We believe they're repugnant, and we believe they're disgraceful.
That's what you get, right? That's what you get for trying to be nuanced about this. For trying to take this nuanced position of condemning all the terrorism and supporting Israel's right to defend itself, but not like that, though. That's what it gets you. You've got your own party, your own administration that you've been bending over backwards to support for now years, putting all your credibility on the line, supporting that for years. And they say you're disgusting to say that. It's disgusting. And then all the right-wing people are like, you're an actual Nazi for saying that. So that's where you get. Good. You might as well just take a moral stance. Even in those difficult moments, when Hamas is out there doing terrible things, even in those difficult moments, and just say, I'm against the occupation, I'm against apartheid, I'm standing up with Palestinian people. You might as well, because when you try to take this position of making everybody happy, this is what you get. Yeah, and the fact that they held her up as being this like diversity thing, Karine Jean-Pierre. Oh, she's Haitian. She's the first Haitian press secretary. Fucking fantastic. A sickening person who should be ashamed and embarrassed. To say nothing of what the U.S. government is doing in Haiti right now at this very moment. I mean, that's a whole separate thing we need to talk about. Sickening person, though. But do people get what I mean? You know, it's like this is where your nuance brings you. You've helped manufacture support for genocide, and then the genocide's happening, and you can't do anything about it. And your own allies are the one helping it, and they're criticizing you for even trying to take some kind of a moral stance on it. So why try to appease them then? You know, why? We've got to look at this shit too, and we've got to look at the Finkelstein clip again, because there's again this is the college campus stuff that's going on.
They want our people dead. They want to
rate the acting skill in this. Rate the acting skill in this from 1 to 10 from this clip from a pro-Palestine rally. Again, a pro-Palestine rally that's happening when Israel is bombing Gaza into the ground and killing hundreds of kids and civilians, and you have a pro-Palestine rally to show that you're against that, and you have these these women coming up, and this is their response.
Allowed. They want our people dead. They want us killed.
And so part of
With their Starbucks.
How is it allowed? How are you allowing this? Why aren't you putting us to? They want us dead. Please end it, please.
They're the ones doing the genocide. This is inexcusable. And honestly, I'm trying to have a little bit of grace about this, because I know full well that if you're Jewish growing up in Canada or America, a lot of people, anyways, not everybody, a lot of people are really inundated with propaganda about this. There's a very well organized and well funded machine to make people to manufacture this kind of Zionist ideology and to create these inseparable links between Jewish people and Israel. And I get that people are born into that, and that's not an easy thing to overcome. At the same time, though, you got to grow up after a certain point. I was brainwashed. Maybe not to the same extent. I'm not Jewish. I was never really exposed to any of this Hasbara or whatever propaganda stuff. So maybe it's easier for me to see through the narrative that's being promoted. But so I get that it's not the same thing, but you got to grow up, though. You got to grow up. And I paused it at the exact moment that she's glancing at the camera too. Did you notice that? I didn't even mean to do that. I paused at the exact moment when she's going, So, I do have a certain measure of sympathy for people that grow up in that environment, but I do think when you're an adult, you're in school now, it's time to to understand this stuff and maybe just look into it a little bit more. When people are being genocided. The people that are being genocided right now are the Palestinians. And you don't use that word lightly. What we're seeing right now is a genocide. I'm fully comfortable calling it that at this point. Sorry, I lost this. You know, so there's entire families being wiped out, and yeah, they're supporting Palestine because they're the ones that are being bombed into the Stone Age at this time. And it's like, they want us dead. They want us dead. They don't. People that are supporting standing up for Palestinians don't want this random like Jewish girl dead. It's not even about being Jewish. It's about being Israeli. You know, this connection between Israel and Jewishness, it's manufactured. Like I've been saying, like one of the people that have helped radicalize me the most on this issue are Jewish people. Some of the most adamant defenders of Palestinian human rights are Jewish people. Some of the most adamant anti-Zionists that I know are Jewish. This idea that there's this link between you must stand with Israel because Jews are feeling really scared right now, and it's very dangerous because of what's going on, and they have this generational trauma because of this victims of violence in Israel, and it's like it's not an excuse to stand by while Israel is dropping bombs on kids' heads. It's not. And the things that Jewish people have had to endure, especially throughout history and especially in the Holocaust, are absolutely horrific. Absolutely horrific. And that's exactly why, because of the lessons of the Holocaust, that you need to stand up for people when they're being ghettoized and ethnically cleansed off their lands and kicked out of their homes. And when they're the victims of apartheid. That's for that exact reason. And you know who we're going to have to look at on that note?
That anymore. Don't respect that anymore. I really don't. I don't like and I don't respect the crocodile tears the crocodile tears. No.
Same thing. Do you know what's crazy about this clip too? That I never even realized is that this woman, like the woman that he's referring to who's crying, is not even Jewish. She's German American. That's the clip thing about this clip that I did not realize. This woman crying is not even Jewish. Like, that's absolutely incredible to me.
I'm sorry, folks. Allow me to finish and allow me to
people in your society. I don't think that's an excuse, but on this subject, though, he's absolutely someone that we must listen to and hear from. Yeah, it wasn't trans people that ruined his career. I don't understand this whole thing, but very unfortunate. But any turn towards crankdom that he's made doesn't invalidate this basic argument. You know? Like you're a well-to-do woman on a university campus in the United States, while this Israeli government that you have no connection to, maybe she has some connection, maybe she's got family, I don't know. But while an Israeli government is bombing little kids and killing hundreds and hundreds of people, and your reaction is to cry and be like, I'm the victim of this. I'm the victim. No one is centering my feelings. People are standing with this oppressed group of people that's being bombed and destroyed. That's victimizing me personally. I feel attacked. And Dr. Maggot sent this quote as well. This is about the whole condemn argument. From Mohammed Al-Safin, who I think you said was an AJ Plus commentator. Says, I think you see that among the media, and you see this among some regular folks as well, and I think for them it might come from a genuine horror and fear of what might happen to Palestinians. But I think for a lot of people who ask that question or make that demand, it's pretty insidious. Won't this make things worse for the Palestinian people? I don't think anyone who asks that question could survive a day in Gaza. That's what, like, I'm sure I would like to see what would happen if that crying woman at the pro-Palestine protest went to live in Gaza for one fucking day. Whether she would still feel like she's the victim on a college campus in North America when people stand up for Palestinians. Like, it's totally preposterous. It's upsetting because there is a protest tonight in Montreal, and I really want to be able to go, and I have parenting stuff, so I just don't think I can. You know, I do think though, if you have the ability to, you should try and show up for Palestine today if there's something happening in your city. Here's Gabor Mate as well talking about this.
Holocaust survivor as an infant. I barely survived. My grandparents were killed in Auschwitz, and most of my extended family was killed. I became a Zionist. This dream of the Jewish people resurrected in their historical homeland, and the barbed wire of Auschwitz being replaced by the boundaries of a Jewish state with a powerful army. And then I found out that it wasn't exactly like that. That in order to make this Jewish dream a reality, we had to visit a nightmare on the local population.
Well, and this is the thing too. It's like, I understand if you've grown up in this powerful brainwashing apparatus, but like you don't need to look too hard to understand the real story here. You know, like I said, I have a certain measure of sympathy, but eventually it's on you for not doing what you need to do to understand the reality of what you're advocating for.
And there's no way you could have ever created a Jewish state without oppressing and expelling the local population. Jewish Israeli historians have shown without a doubt that the expulsion of the Palestinians was persistent, it was pervasive, it was cruel, it was murderous, and with deliberate attempt. So that's what's called the Nakba in Arabic, the disaster or the catastrophe. There's a law that you cannot deny the Holocaust. But in Israel, you're not allowed to mention the Nakba. Even though
it's really weird. You know, we talk about sort of the relationship between Israel and white supremacy or fascism and the echoes of it. It's actually it's really disturbing to even think about, but like the Holocaust denial on the extreme right and the kind of position that a lot of people on the extreme right have about the Holocaust is that A, it didn't happen, and also B, it should have happened, and we should do an even bigger Holocaust. And they hold these two views simultaneously, these like anti-Semites on the right. And you can see echoes of that in Israel when they talk about the Nakba, where it's like, oh, the Nakba, that's just like a Palestinian lie. They'd never happened. But we also need to do a Nakba again. Like, that's what they're saying now. Like, actual Israeli elected politicians are saying this. No, there was no Nakba. It didn't happen, but we need to do another one. It needs to be even bigger than the first one. And they hold these two views simultaneously. You see the link between this Zionist ideology and fascism. And the very people that just hate and despise them so much, how similar they are. There's something really horrible about that.
So it was at the very basis of the foundation of the state. I visited the occupied territories, Russell, during the first Intifada.
Sophie Faye going to a protest on Sunday. I'm glad to hear that.
What I saw.
If there's one happening here on Sunday, I'm going to try and go.
The petty harassment, the murderousness of it, or cutting down of Palestinian olive groves, the denial of water rights, the humiliations. And this went on, and it's much worse now than it was then. It's the longest ethnic cleansing operation in the 20th and 21st centuries. I could land in Tel Aviv tomorrow and demand citizenship under the law of the right of return. But my Palestinian friend in Vancouver, Hannah Kawas, who was born in Jerusalem, can't even visit. Now, if I have the right to return after 2,000 years, how come Hannah hasn't got the right to return after 70 years? So then you have these miserable people packed into this horrible, people call it the world's largest outdoor prison, which is what it is. You don't have to support Hamas policies to stand up for Palestinian rights. That's a complete falsity. If you take the worst thing you can say about Hamas, multiplied by 1,000 times, and it still will not meet the Israeli repression and killing and dispossession of Palestinians. Anybody who criticizes Israel is an anti-Semite is simply an egregious attempt to intimidate good non-Jews who are willing to stand up for what is true. If you look at the Western press, when Hong Kong demonstrators throw stones at the police in Hong Kong, that's considered to be heroism. When in Myanmar, the demonstrators throw slingshots at the army, at the oppressive army, they're considered to be heroes in the Western press. When Palestinian kids throw stones at the Israeli soldiers, they're called terrorists. And Israel gets away with a lot more without much less criticism in the Western press than any other country. He runs a program for Palestinian children who spend time in Israeli jails. 14, 15, 16-year-olds are jailed for months or years. Sometimes they can't see their families for months. She says, we don't have post-traumatic stress disorder here because the trauma is never post. The trauma is daily, she said. If he's got any ounce of humanity left, he would cry like I did for 2 weeks when I was there. Anybody can go on YouTube and listen to Ilan Pappé, an Israeli historian. Anybody can listen to Norman Finkelstein, a Jewish professor, world expert on Gaza, who was denied tenure at his university because of his public speaking.
Hong Kong also Britain's fault, true.
You can listen to any number
Fucking British.
of Israeli Defense Forces soldiers who talk about the brutality that they now regret having committed. You can listen to Israeli pilots who talk about why they refuse to fly over Gaza because of the atrocities they're made to commit. You can get all the information you want. So if anybody these days doesn't know, it's not because the information is not available. And none of that excuses not knowing truth and this deliberate attempt to silence anybody who speaks, Jewish or non-Jewish. And I really wish that non-Jews of goodwill would stand up against the calumny and not be intimidated by this charge of anti-Semitism. I really wish that. It's not a question of being pro-Palestinian. It's a question of are you in favor of justice and liberty and freedom and truth, or are you not?
You're either against apartheid or you're not. That's it. I mean, that's a good point. It's not even about Jews or Arabs or Palestine. I mean, it is, but that's ultimately the question. You're either against apartheid or you're not. Oh, sorry. And yeah, here's Jake Tapper on CNN, just like, oh, why don't we do? Where are all these Arab countries? Why aren't these Arab countries stepping in and helping them do ethnic cleansing? That's Jake Tapper's solution.
Palestinians, can they get out? Yeah. Right, the women, the children, right. the elderly. How can they get out? That still has not been figured out.
No.
Egypt does not want to open the Rafah crossing.
They're refusing to.
Israel bombed it.
Right. Egypt, Jordan, I mean, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, all these countries that that talk about how much they care about the Palestinians, they could help right now. They could help the Palestinians escape. They could help. They could say.
And first of all, you can't, because as we've seen, these escaping Palestinians are just being bombed by the IDF. So number one, no, they can't. But then, yeah, that's the understanding, right? If you're helping this humanitarian aid by getting these people out of Gaza, they won't be coming back. That's ethnic cleansing, which is genocide. And yeah, that's true. I mean, they literally can't. First of all, like they bombed Egypt when they tried to move in aid trucks. I mean, that's simplifying it a lot just in and of itself. But that's what that would mean in reality. Evacuating all these people from Gaza that we're talking about, that's just like getting the Palestinians out once and for all.
Okay, stop bombing, and we will go in there, and we will help Gaza like become a thriving society. They could do all sorts of things.
They can't do that.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
it's being blockaded.
Where are they is where they usually.
It's being blockaded with the help of, it's being held up by the U.S. military that Jake Tapper himself worships. Like, what the fuck? Oh, they can just come in and help them evacuate, help them build a thriving society. They literally cannot. They quite literally cannot do that. Yeah, Israel controls the borders of Gaza. Jake, what the fuck are you talking about? That's the whole problem. That's the whole issue. They can't evacuate. And even in this hypothetical where you're saying, well, Israel could just stop bombing for a little while and let them out. That's not going to happen, first of all. But like, yeah, they're not even letting them out in the first place. They control the borders. And again, when you're talking about why don't they just bring in these Palestinians, you're talking about ethnic cleansing. That's what that is.
Usually are, which is, generally on the sidelines and pretty myopically thinking about themselves. Plus, they would all like Hamas to go away.
Yeah, they don't like Hamas.
They do not like Hamas.
The Palestinians, they don't really care about the Palestinians, do they?
They really don't. And I think that, the polling also shows that the popularity of Hamas in these countries, in Saudi and in UAE, is not high. So there's not a lot of pressure on Saudi to come to the rescue of the Palestinians like there was a decade ago. So things are definitely changing, but we're not seeing a lot of people step up to the occasion other than the United States.
Oh yeah, the United States is really stepping up to the occasion. Fucking congratulations. Give yourself a nice big pat on the back. You're doing a great job. Thank you, America. Thank you, America. You're really killing it right now. Giving full authorization for your client state in Israel to commit the fucking genocide. Sickening. This is what our media is doing. Sickos. Sickening. Sick people. Anthony
and
Blinken.
of course, what separates Israel, the United States, and other democracies when it comes to incredibly difficult situations like this is our respect for international law.
You fucking liar.
The laws
God
of war.
damn, dude.
We do everything we can to make sure that in these situations we avoid civilian casualties.
You
That
fucking
is
make me
in
sick,
direct
these
contrast,
people.
with Hamas, which uses people as human shields. It actually seeks
Genocide apologist.
to put Palestinian civilians in situations.
Israel is
where they could
Israel
be
is
harmed.
bombing. Israel has dropped 6,000 bombs on Gaza over the last week. They could simply not do that if they actually cared about democracy or human rights or international law. Oh, we would follow international law. Fuck you. International law, as we pointed out, specifically says Palestinians have the right to engage in armed struggle when they're being denied basic human rights. That's what international law says.
This is very much part of their game plan. So we know that Israel will take all of the precautions that
You
it can,
fucking
just
liar.
as we would. And again, that's what separates us from Hamas and terrorist groups that
Yeah, they're going to
engage
take all the precautions.
in
This is
the most
this is
heinous
justifying dead
kind of,
kids.
kind of
What were we told? We were browbeaten over and over and over. Oh, you can't justify dead kids. You can't justify violence against civilians. Kids are dying right now. There's kids dying right fucking now in Gaza. Hundreds of them. You know? And we don't need to look at like AI footage or like weird lies and rumors about that. We've seen the videos. I've seen videos that I'm going to remember for the rest of my fucking life of little kids being pulled out of the rubble of buildings that this goddamn country is paying for. And we're giving them full right to do this. And he's justifying it. All the same people, oh, you're justifying terrorism. You're justifying violence against kids. That's exactly what the goddamn Secretary of State of the United States of America is doing in this clip. Justifying murder of little kids. That's just a disgrace. We're going to hear so many fucking arguments too, but we got to support the Democrats coming up. We got an election. It's election season coming up, folks. Most important election of your lifetimes. Most important election of your lifetimes. Believe it, you got to go vote for the blue team in this one. You really got to do your job here. Do your duty. Go and pull the lever for the blue team. And they all agree with this. They all 100% bipartisan, with maybe one or two people that might have a slight disagreement with it in the United States government and have no power to change it at all. It's hard to imagine how the Republicans could be worse on this. Well, the fact is they are. They still, like, the Republicans want to fucking bomb Iran. But I wouldn't be surprised if Biden ended up getting pulled into that anyways. So we'll see if they're even worse. But Republicans want to fully escalate this into World War III to fulfill their whole like apocalyptic end times fantasy. But it's a distinction without a real, like it's a difference without a real meaning. You know, how different is it even at that point? Like the reality is the United States government is fully standing by and in fact positioning aircraft carriers, bringing them closer to Israel to defend this and justify it. Putting in aircraft carriers for the fucking people that don't have an army. They don't even have an army. They don't have planes. They don't have shit. They got rockets that they make in their goddamn garage. What do you need an aircraft carrier for? What am I doing over here? Yeah, here's the clip. How do you go on camera and lie like that and say we respect, unlike Hamas, we respect international law and we're trying to avoid civilian casualties? What the fuck has gone wrong in your life when you're out there on camera and making that justification? Literally justifying dead, murdered kids. Like, that's not hyperbole. That's not an exaggeration.
Unequivocally, we are operating militarily according to rules of international law, period. Unequivocally. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we're at war. We are at war. We're at war we are defending our homes. We're protecting our homes. That's the truth. And then when a nation protects its home, it fights. And we will fight until we'll break their backbone.
Those are our allies that respect, that avoid we're trying, like, Blinken is saying, like, oh yeah, they're unlike Hamas. We try to avoid civilian casualties. Then you've got the fucking Israelis saying openly, we don't consider them civilians. They're civilians. What if they should have overthrown Hamas? Fuck them. Those are our allies that care about human rights and international law and it's protecting civilians. Give me a goddamn break. And these dumb fuck celebrities, too. These absolute dumb fuck celebrities that agree with this. Sarah Silverman. Israel only shoots at military targets, but they know they keep those targets in populated areas. Sarah Silverman is just so confused. She's so confused, isn't she? Israel only shoots at military targets, but they know they keep those targets in populated areas. So the question is, why are the military targets more important than human life? Why retaliate like this? Just more murder, more bodies, more hate. My heart bleeds for all the innocent people killed. What a fucking mystery. What an absolute mystery. Why are they going after these targets when they know civilians are going to be killed? Yeah, maybe you should ask yourself that question, Sarah. Maybe someone should ask themselves this basic question. Why is this government that I support, that say that they're against targeting civilians, killing all these civilians? I don't know. Who knows? It's just one of life's great mysteries. Here's Amy Schumer, another geopolitical expert. Amy Schumer on her Instagram. Everyone is asking, what is going to happen to innocent civilians in Gaza? Where can they go? You know, one of these nice infographics on Instagram. The current situation, Israel's stance. Israel wants to evacuate as many innocent civilians from Gaza as possible. Why? Israel intends to minimize civilian casualties. Hamas intentionally embeds itself within civilian areas, making it exceptionally difficult for Israel to target them without harming civilians. Israel often refrains from striking Hamas targets, like hospitals and schools, where it knows Hamas is hiding or holding weapons. The IDF routinely warns civilians to evacuate before it bombs, and gives locals detailed instructions on how to evacuate. If civilians can successfully evacuate, the IDF will be given much more room to maneuver in the critical operations they're undertaking to eliminate Hamas and rescue our 150 plus hostages. You know what I mean? Like, if you grow up in this environment and you're bombarded with the propaganda, I understand. I get it that it's difficult to deprogram or stuff like that. There's no excuse though. After a certain point, you're an adult. You're an adult. You can look at your own two fucking eyes what the IDF does every single day, not even right now, for years. You can just look, take 5 seconds to look at what the IDF does every fucking day. And that might change your mind about this whole idea that they're trying to protect civilian life. It's not like this information is hidden. It's really easy to find this out. Like, you've got video of people in the IDF bragging about maiming children intentionally. Many examples of this. Many such cases. What's the fucking excuse to still believe this fairy tale that Israel is this moral army that's trying to avoid civilian casualties? We're surgically dropping white phosphorus on these civilian populations in this surgical white phosphorus strike on this residential neighborhood. Are you stupid? Like, what is wrong with you? Fuck, man. And the cousin of this. The cousin of this stance. Here's Ro Khanna on Sirota's podcast. Ro Khanna says, I stand with the people of Israel. Again, and this is just fantasy land. This is living in a fantasy. And at this point, there's no separation between this kind of a statement and just openly calling for genocide. Zero difference. I stand with the people of Israel, condemn the horrors of Hamas's attacks, and support Israel's right to defend itself. I support Israel's dismantling of Hamas terrorists who are now threatening the U.S. That's not happening. This must be done surgically, with minimal civilian casualties, concern for Palestinian children, and the need for water, food, and fuel for the 2 million in Gaza. But guess what, Ro Khanna? That's not what's happening. I like to believe in fairy tales as well. It's nice. It's very comforting to think of this idea. I want them to go and surgically strike these Hamas terrorists and protect civilians and provide them water. That's not what's going on, though. So maybe we should deal with what's really happening rather than this fantasy version of what we want to happen. How about that? Why don't we look at what's really going on and what the Israeli government is doing currently at this exact moment, which you're supporting, and go from there, rather than going from this made-up fantasy version of reality, which has no bearing on anything that's really happening.
Take a moment to talk about the obviously huge news in the world right now, which is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Yeah.
I guess, I would just ask an open-ended question here, which is not just what is your reaction to the conflict. I mean, it's awful. Everything that's been happening is just awful. But how are you thinking about it? How do you think others should be thinking about it? What are the big questions that we should be asking? What are the things that we're not talking about that we should be talking about, and that policymakers, whether the Biden administration or others, should be focused on?
Well, first we have to start with a clear, unequivocal condemnation of Hamas is terrorist.
Of course,
I mean, you can't see the pictures of the beheading of babies, the massacre of women and children, the targeting of
Has Rose seen these
women
pictures?
and children and men at the concert and not be sick to your stomach. I mean, that is uncalled for. And we should stand in solidarity with the people of Israel and recognize that Israel has a right to defend itself against
Zero difference between this and calls for genocide. Just call for genocide. Just say, I would like one of these people to have the courage of their convictions. If you think Israel should be able to commit genocide against Palestinians, just say that. I wish people would just fucking say it. A lot of people on the right are not shy about saying it. You know what? I don't like these people. In fact, I despise them, but I at least respect that they don't try to couch this attitude in the language of human rights. This is what I can't stand about progressives. I can't fucking stand it. At least people on the right, at least these psychotic Israeli fascists are just open and honest about this, that they want to do genocide. I can't fucking stand when liberals and progressives take the exact same stance and justify the genocide that's happening, justify the bombing of kids, but then they want to couch it in their rhetoric, their progressive rhetoric about human rights. If you believe that Israel should wait to commit genocide on Palestinians, just say that. Just fucking say it. I guarantee you'll feel better. Just get it out in the open. If that's what you believe.
Terror network. We can be for that and also recognize that the conditions in Gaza have been horrendous. That you have 2 million people in a
You've already said though it's inexcusable. Fighting any violence that happens is inexcusable. So what is the point of talking about the how horrible the conditions are in Gaza? What's the point?
Populated area who largely have not been able to leave because of both the blockade from Israel and Egypt, have 40 to 50% unemployment, have a case where half of those folks are under the age of 18. And we need to make sure that there is still humanitarian assistance, aid, food, fuel.
Your own government is supporting what's going to happen right now.
That in Yemen,
the violence right now.
There was not aid going into Yemen, when there was not fuel going into Yemen. And I guess we have to, in this country, be able to say you can stand with Israel. You can recognize the horrors of Hamas's attack. You can recognize what Israel needs to do to defend itself against Hamas, and still value both Israeli lives and Palestinian lives, and want to make sure that any dismantling of Hamas terrorists has an awareness to minimize Palestinian.
But it's not though. But it's not.
Yeah, I think on this debate and
you can say that. You can say whatever you want, right? You can say, well, they have the right to defend themselves, but as long as it's on these humanitarian lines and going along with international law and respecting civilians. But that's not what's happening though. That is not what's happening. And it's your party. It's your party that's co-signing this. That's writing that's giving them the weapons to do this. This very thing that you're describing, which is not actually going on. These surgical strikes. Of course we can recognize that, but you can't though. You're supporting what the Israeli government is doing right now at this moment. You're talking about this fantasy version of what this fairy tale version of the Israeli government might do, but that's not reality. That's not reflective of what's happening in reality. And as I've been saying, yeah, if you are horrified by violence against civilians or little kids, as every single person should be, you should be talking about ending the occupation.
just to let folks know, our podcast tomorrow, which will be in your email box tomorrow, is a very, very deep dive on the Israel-Palestine conflict with former Bernie Sanders advisors, Matt Duss and Danny Bessner. So we go deep on that. I do think.
They're far more thought. This is their expertise, so they're good people.
But I want to just highlight what you said. I think there's this inclination now, and I remember it in the lead up to the Iraq War as well, where it's very with us or against us, sort of on both sides of the debate, right? There's this insinuation that if you condemn Hamas's incredibly unacceptable and awful terrorism, it must mean you not only stand with the Israelis, but can't acknowledge, or you're not acknowledging, the unacceptable conditions of the Israeli occupation in Gaza. And I think that attempt to divide things and not acknowledge that there are multiple bad things going on at the same time, and they can all be true at the same time, I think it makes it impossible to have any kind of honest discussion about this. So I appreciate you making that point, that two things in what you said can be true at the same time.
Listen, I like, honestly, Sirota's a guy that I like, and I've talked to him before. I think he's a good person. But again, this is like, this two things can be bad. Two things can be bad. But like, you're contributing, when you say this, to a completely false version of the reality. A completely false narrative that there's two sides and both of them are doing bad things sometimes. And I don't understand this, making this connect, doing the condemnation of Hamas, doing the condemnation of violence against like unarmed people. And like, not just recognizing where that violence is coming from. It's not just happening because people are bored. They don't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to go and do violent things to people. That's not the source of this violence. If you're against that violence, the source of the violence is the occupation. It's not a two-sided thing. Ending the occupation is the answer to the question, and it's the cause of all of this. And again, what is this framing getting? I mean, you're just justifying, you're just giving the justification couched in this kind of progressive rhetoric. You're giving the justification that Israel is then using to go and kill hundreds of kids and commit way, way more violence than whatever Hamas has been accused of over the last couple of weeks. And you're creating this false equivalence. The Boers have a right to defend themselves. That's right. The British in India have a right to defend themselves from these mutineers, these violent mutineers. We need to talk about the violence of the mutineers, and we need to... Two things can be bad, right? The violence of the mutineers and the violence of the East India Company. You know, they're just two sides doing bad things. Thanks, Gold Greek, for the 100 bits 3 minutes ago. Thank you, Gold Greek. This is what I mean. That kind of statement is just incoherent. And you saw the clip there, but just the way he like shared it here. And Adam Johnson's tweet about this was really good, that I saw. I support Israel's dismantling of Hamas terrorists. This must be done surgically with minimal civilian casualties, concern for Palestinian children. Okay, that isn't happening and was never going to. So what are we doing now to call it the collective punishment that exists in reality, that the U.S. government is fully on board with, that Grow Canada's own party is fully on board with and subsidizing? The collective punishment. We got hundreds of kids being killed right now at this very moment. So how is this useful to talk about this? The violence of Hamas, regardless of how shocking any image of violence is a fucking microcosm of the occupation and genocide of Palestinians. However, Israel dropping bombs on children is directly genocide. Ignoring this does a disservice to any groups who have been victims of genocide or apartheid, including Jewish people. And yeah, I agree with that, Dr. Maggot. Let's see what else I have to look at here. There's probably some video we can put on. Maybe there's an update about what's currently happening right now. These are all just bookmarks that I saved earlier. Journalists literally throwing tantrums to defend Israel.
If your people have been oppressed, if they are occupied, wage a war. If you feel justified in waging war, fight Israeli soldiers with guns. Don't behead babies. You're laughing at it.
Because you do realise that there is a siege in Gaza where not even food is allowed in.
The Israeli government is sending out warnings to civilians. Yes, this is their retaliation. I'm not screaming at you at all, but I also can't let you spout things on here that I don't. This is my show. Okay, talk.
Okay, can I talk? First of all, you're saying, why don't we fight Israeli soldiers? You do realise that Palestinians are under military occupation.
Absolutely.
You do realise that there is a siege there. We do not have a standing army. You do realise that Israel is armed.
And they are attacking the IDF. I mean, that's one of the main things that's getting lost in all this, right? They are indeed attacking the IDF. I mean, that has been completely hand waved away. Whatever violence against civilians that's happened, and we've seen the lies, who knows how much of it is true and how much of it is not real. I think most people acknowledge that violence against unarmed people was happening, and that's been used to completely ignore the reality that this is a multi-pronged assault that has been targeting the IDF, has been targeting military targets, which is legal under international law. And this is being done by a people that don't have an army and that don't have the United States government and the Canadian government sending them billions of dollars every year and sending them weapons and sending them airplanes and bombs and whatever else. So it is a military operation that's going on from people that aren't being armed by the largest military in the world and don't actually have an army and don't have tanks or planes.
Palestinian children by Israelis. Talk to me about occupation. Talk to me about the siege on Gaza. It is uninhabitable. Water that is not drinkable, and yet Israeli settlers and Israelis enjoy swimming pools.
If your people have been oppressed, if they are occupied, wage a war. If you feel
just wage a war. Just wage a war. It's easy, right? According to this fucking lady on Sky News. Just wage a war. Your people are occupied. Like, with what? With what? They're not allowed to have weapons. Like, what do people expect? Just wage a war against the IDF, which is happening. Which is literally happening. Why is my... I'm really hooting and hollering today. Hello, Camax. Sean, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for that, sir.
This is Democracy Now!, Democracy.
And listen, I've had problems with Democracy Now! Amy Goodman is at least a journalist with a modicum of actual integrity on this. You know, I know Democracy Now! Is not perfect, but Amy, like, at least there's somebody remotely close to the mainstream in the United States who's willing to, like, talk about this. Amy Goodman is one of the few people that's doing that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Last night, the Israeli army ordered half the population of Gaza, 1.1 million residents, to evacuate their homes within 24 hours from northern Gaza to the south, in what many Palestinians fear is the start of a second Nakba. The UN said the mass transfer of half of Gaza's population would have devastating humanitarian consequences. This comes as Israel's bombed Gaza for 7 straight days, killing at least 1,500 people. Joining us now, Nora Erekat, Palestinian human rights attorney, associate professor at Rutgers University, author of Justice for Some, Law and the Question of Palestine. She's speaking to us from Philadelphia. Nora, if you can respond to this order and what's happening in Gaza.
Good morning, Amy, and thank you. Your reporting has been an oasis in a sea of warmongering across mainstream media, for which I have deep contempt at this moment. They have mobilized almost every racial trope of savagery, barbarian. They have built on Islamophobia and the infrastructure of the war on terror to create a common sense, logical conclusion that war is inevitable and whatever consequences come out is the fault of Hamas, thereby further blaming the victims for their own killing and massacres. At this point, we have to understand that there is no military solution. There has never been a military solution to this. Hamas cannot be eradicated. As we've seen right now, Palestinians are being killed, pulled from out of the rubble. We have not given them hope. I saw a young girl staring in trauma at the screen, her entire family decimated. What will happen to this young girl in 20 years? What will we tell her? That Israel had no choice? That this was your fault? And now your future is to continue to be stuck in an open-air prison? There must be hope. And that hope lies in a political solution and in the responsibility of the international community to dismantle an apartheid system, to dismantle prolonged military occupation, the longest in the world, to lift a debilitating siege that has condemned Palestinians to slow death. This is a human-made disaster, a catastrophe, according to the World Health Organization. This is not a crisis. It is a humanitarian catastrophe. If we are to create a future, it has to begin and end with a political and diplomatic solution.
We have
the precision-targeted strikes.
Ministry of Health said 7 Palestinians have been shot dead by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank today. 500 Palestinian children have been killed in Gaza, and at least Hamas is saying that 13 of the hostages have died in the Israeli airstrikes. These are hostages that Hamas took from the Gaza border. Your response to all?
It's devastating, Amy. All of us are watching this, but one of the things that we've been emphasizing is that although what we're seeing is devastating, we've also been laying a pathway out of it. While international human rights organizations and Israeli human rights organizations came to near consensus in 2020 that Israel oversees an apartheid system, a crime against humanity. What is the greatest crime that is sustaining this ongoing structure of violence? There should have been mobilization to impose weapons sanctions on Israel, to impose a diplomatic solution, to force Israel in order to dismantle this racist colonial structure that has basically condemned Palestinians to permanent subjugation. It is the failure of the international community to mobilize that has now produced this outcome. It is all of our responsibility. There is blood on all of our hands, and now the way out is not a military solution. We have to de-escalate. There must be a ceasefire. There must be a recognition that Hamas, unlike these awful comparisons to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, is actually a nascent sovereign of the Palestinian people who has only targeted Israel, that gives them the right to use armed force, though that right is not qualified. That right is not, unqualified. They cannot use it however which way based on ongoing trauma and violence, but it must be recognized that as a nascent sovereign, they are representing a Palestinian people struggle for freedom. And as we've seen
Thanks,
from the
Sinan, for the gifted
broad
sub.
Palestinian public, institutions, civil society organizations, other political parties, they have all insisted that responsibility for this lies at the feet of Israel. The Haaretz editorial team has also said this lies in the responsibility of Israel. This is not about finger pointing, nor is it about bean counting the dead. There is tragedy on all sides. But if we are interested in not only ending this particular crisis, but of also achieving a durable, truthful, long-lasting solution, we have to go beyond this moment to dismantle the structures of violence that are sustaining it and creating these tragedies that are hurting everybody and will spill beyond Israelis and Palestinians throughout the region and throughout the world.
I want to ask you about the White House just saying that Gaza City's evacuation is a tall order. The Israeli army's call for more than 1 million people to evacuate North Gaza, a tall order, the White House has said, adding the U.S. understands Israel is trying to give civilians fair warning. Your response, Nora Erekat?
That is so cynical. That is so cynical and can only be corroborated by an irresponsible media that has failed to show decimation of Palestinian communities, the attack on shelters, the attack on refugee camps. What warnings? To what end? Palestinians have been under siege for 16 years. There are no humanitarian corridors. The one corridor with Egypt was bombed by Israel. The Minister of Israeli Defense literally said that there will be no exit, that there will be a siege, that electricity will be cut off, that water will be cut off, that Palestinians
The roads are all destroyed. Like, they literally can't leave even if they wanted to.
That all of these mass atrocities will be accepted by a population who will watch it with lament, but think to themselves, but what else was Israel supposed to do? We are all being primed to accept mass atrocities. This historically is the playbook of how genocides happen. What we are seeing is a genocidal campaign.
Unreal. Look at that.
You cannot forcibly transfer 1.1 million Palestinians in a 225 square mile enclosed area. There is nowhere for them to go. The largest hospital, Palestinian hospital, that is literally on life support, no pun intended, to stay functioning is in the north. Where will these Palestinians be treated? What we are seeing is an ongoing
that entire block of apartments was
Palestinian
Hamas. That's
land.
right.
Is an ongoing campaign to take that land without the people. They want to shrink and concentrate the Palestinians now below Wadi Gaza in what is an untenable situation. As much as we think that this is about war, about war and conflict and perpetual animosities.
I can't handle the pictures and the videos of the Palestinian
There
kids.
is only one viable future. We either all live together or we all die together. And despite all of our appeals for us to survive and live together, the international community, mainly the Western governments led by the United States, the European capitals who have already cut off aid to Israel, France, which has banned Palestinian protests, Germany, which has banned Palestinian protests, are intent on a military option where there is no outcome. Military solution will not produce an outcome of a viable future for anybody.
You know, I already played this, but I'm going to play a much shorter clip of the former Israeli prime minister, because how significant he is, Naftali Bennett, who's now serving in the army in Gaza, exploding at the Sky News anchor Kamali Melbourne when asked about what's happening with Palestinian civilians.
What about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies and incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians.
Are you
What's wrong with
seriously
you? Have you
asking
not seen
me
what
about what's happening to Palestinian civilians? The former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, said. You're a human rights attorney, Noura Erakat. Your response?
My response doesn't have to be based on any expertise in human rights. This is about morality. This is about decency. The fact that Naftali Bennett can get upset about Palestinian civilians and the death of babies in incubators should be indicative to us that Palestinians do not have the same right to survive, that we are not exacting an equality and a respect.
Here, drink this. I mean, I know what clip you're talking about because I've not stopped thinking about it. The clip of the Palestinian kids talking about their hopes and dreams. I'm pretty sure it was posted in the Discord server. If you're in there, you can find it. I cannot look at that again, though, or I'm going to lose it. I can't look at that again.
And a decency for all civilian life. We have set up this situation, Amy. We have set up this situation where Palestinians are expected to die. And what we are seeing in this moment is now an expectation that they can die in mass numbers, that they can die being in hospitals where they are cut off by electricity, by the Middle East's only nuclear power. The 11th most powerful military in the world. It's the 12th largest military exporter, and the United States and the European community is sending them arms. They do not need arms. This is not a security situation. This is not a failure of security. This is a crisis of political will.
Noura,
this is rather than normalize apartheid by inviting Israeli President Isaac Herzog to the Congress, Congress should have mobilized for an immediate imposition of sanctions in order to create a future where all people live, where all of us live, not just some of us.
Noura Erakat, we want to thank you for being with us, Palestinian human rights attorney, associate professor at Rutgers University.
Well, Eugene.
Yep. Here, fall in line.
Well, Eugene.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Well, Eugene.
Yep.
I think that
I'm just gonna take a little break. I'll leave this on for you guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
something that we should discuss before we wrap this up here is something we opened with, and that is, listen, I understand that people are struggling with the idea of people who are under colonial occupation resisting it. And I think that Claudia made a really good point when she mentioned that war is ugly and the casualties of it are tragic and it is preventable. However, historically speaking, people who are facing settler colonialism, genocide, ethnic cleansing, a lot of the things that Palestinians are facing, they have stood up and they have been involved in armed struggle. And in some cases, they've managed to liberate themselves. And so I know that I think it's important to raise that history because, a lot of people that we just passed Indigenous Peoples Day, formerly known as, Columbus Day. I think it still is to some people. But, you will see a lot of like liberals and progressives being like, yeah, we support Indigenous rights and settler colonialism was horrible. And we support, the struggle against that and the armed struggle against that because it was like 200 years ago or 500 years ago or whatever. But we support slave revolts. But then the same kinds of people today are just horrified if Palestinians are really anybody under assault by imperialism, occupation, colonialism, whatever, stands up and hits back. So anyways, I know you had some things you wanted to say about that history that, everybody wants to just pretend was like, Indigenous people throwing flowers at white settlers or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you put it in the right context of just coming off Indigenous Peoples Day or weekend, however you want to look at it, here in the United States. And I mean, listen, I mean, obviously the horrors of war are very clear to everyone, and it certainly can look very callous. But I mean, quite frankly, when you look at this context and this history and why it's important, I mean, these sorts of eruptions and types of resistance are exactly what happens when you have a totally asymmetric power balance where people are completely and totally oppressed, where every single law or, a treaty or agreement that's supposed to protect them is constantly violated. And when all the most powerful forces on earth seem to be colluding in that violation, leaving them with very little recourse in terms of how they proceed, other than perhaps, to resist or just to die. And I think that when we look at the history of the indigenous peoples, this is something that becomes extraordinarily clear. And I would encourage people really to read the history. I mean, when you look at things like the Powhatan Uprising in 1622, which happened in the area of Jamestown, where the Powhatan people whose land was being so heavily encroached upon, they actually started to realize, happened again in the 1640s, by the way, the so-called Third Anglo-Powhatan War, they started to realize, hey, wait a second, these people are not actually here to be our friends. They're trying to take and to steal our land, and they will not leave. And every agreement we've made with them, they've broken. And in those cases, look at it, the Powhatans versus the English in the 1620s and the 1640s, they had no choice but to stand up and to fight back. And when you see what happened to them ultimately and how so many indigenous people were extinguished and genocided in this country, I think people look back and they say, well, yes, it makes sense. I mean, you should look at the Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in what's now New Mexico, where Pueblo people who were living under this brutal, theocratic Spanish conquistador imposed reality, where their communities are being totally and completely destroyed. Their culture is being eviscerated. Just before that revolt, a number of their traditional religious leaders just hanged and executed for not being on board with the Catholic theocratic realities. And those people rose up in what is now New Mexico. And yes, they killed many people. And many of them fall into, the case of what we would call civilians. But they also evicted the Spanish from this area for 50 years to protect their cultural heritage and practices that people were coming to destroy in every possible way, and to destroy them along with it if they did not fall in line, and sometimes even when they did fall in line. You look at the Yamasee uprising of Native Americans as well. But you can also look, as you mentioned, at Nat Turner's rebellion. I mean, I think Nat Turner has rightfully become almost the reference point for slave rebellions here in the United States of America, because, what some have deemed the Turner Cataclysm was so shocking to slave owners that it really rearranged the entire political scene of the United States and entered almost like a new phase of the struggle against slavery. And of course, Nat Turner's rebellion was widely hailed by abolitionists, certainly by all Black people living in the North, and by, most Black slaves. But of course, Turner himself said subsequently that they did in fact use indiscriminate violence in the early parts of their raid, and on purpose, because he said they did it to try to strike fear into the hearts of the slave owners. They killed over 50 people in the course of, not that long amount of time. And, they weren't all slave owner, older people or soldiers or whatever. Just read the history and you can see what it is. And of course, when we're talking about the Native Americans, when we're talking about Nat Turner, this was exactly what was said about them at the time, that they're ruthless, that they're bloodthirsty, that they're murderous barbarians, they're animals, that we have to do everything possible to kill them, which is why every uprising of indigenous peoples in America was then subsequently used by the settlers themselves to increase their level of violence by saying, look at how, these people are so savage and so barbarous. The same thing with the slave uprisings that we saw over and over and over again. The Haitian Revolution is another great example of that. Everything that was being said at the time of the Haitian Revolution towards these Haitian revolutionaries by world public opinion was the same thing. I mean, the term terrorist wasn't in use then, but they're calling people devils and murderous and barbarous and doing the worst things possible. And, all of that was not false. There was a very violent uprising where these slaves, took control of their own lives and their own destinies. But of course, when we look back on that in history, we look back on it differently. We look back on Indigenous Peoples Day and the many positive things that are coming from that. And we say, yes, we need to get rid of, for instance, these racist mascots, and we don't want to celebrate this old cowboys and Indians, old Western shoot 'em up style of American history. And I agree, we should not celebrate that. But we also can't forget that when we think about those old Westerns, and some of us, even when we'd watch those old Westerns, we'd think, man, I wish the Indians could win one of these. Well, when the Indians really did win, They were brutally and totally, destroyed from a public opinion standpoint. And then subsequently, physically in the further offensives that went on. But, when the Indians really won, they were all called murderers and the worst possible people ever. And I'm not saying that to be callous. I'm not saying that to both sides it. But I think that it's very easy to look back in history and say, well, it was 400 years ago. It all seemed justified, without putting ourselves in the shoes of where Palestinians are today, where they feel like they are in an extraordinarily similar situation, and I do not disagree with them that they are. I mean, you look at the context of what's going on, the total asymmetrical power relationship that they are in, the fact that every single international law that is supposed to protect them is violated every hour of every day, and no one cares, and the most powerful nations on earth actually collude to make sure that Israel never sees any sort of responsibility or accountability for violating things that even these governments say is illegal, and the subsequent realities that have come from that. I mean, we've said it again and again, but I'll just say it one more time here to close to give people a sense. 158,967 Palestinians killed or injured between 2008 and September of 2023, as compared to 6,615 Israelis. Their land is stolen on a regular basis. The settlers who are coming into the West Bank and other parts of this, who are just stealing land despite the fact it's allegedly illegal. Olive fields being uprooted, sewage being pumped into fields so that people are not allowed to farm. The Gaza Strip, where people are trapped in the most densely populated area on earth without any, water or electricity. Let me read you this, Anya, and this comes from just before this ever happened, from 2020. This is the Washington Post. There's not enough electricity and infrastructure to run Gaza's war-ravaged sewage system. Hospitals, schools, homes are similarly running on empty, worn down by the lack of clean water, electricity, infrastructure, and jobs or money. Barely anyone has enough clean water to drink. The only local source of drinking water, the coastal aquifer, is full of dirty, salty water. And I said it before, 500 to 700 children, some as young as 12, arrested every single year. The number one crime is rock throwing. 86% of them reporting they were beaten by grown adults while in detention. An average of 100 children killed every single year for 23 years in Palestine. I could go on and on and on in places like Hebron, where they're taking people's homes and they seal up their back doors because they say, well, you can't walk into the back alley because Palestinians aren't allowed to go there. This is an Israelis only, which really means Jews only area where you can walk. And that's not to say anything about religion, but it is to show about the religion of the people themselves. But it is to show that the Israeli government is using an ethno-religious, exclusive apartheid reality. They're dividing the land in every possible way. In Gaza, 45% of people who apply to get out of Gaza to get medical treatment because of what we've already heard, that there's inadequate medical care, it's just flatly denied. And for the 55% who are allowed, which includes cancer patients and people like that, you can wait 6, 7, 8 hours at a checkpoint just to have some teenager, just because they want to have fun, tell you to turn around and you're not able to get your chemotherapy. I mean, this is the daily violence, brutality, death, humiliation, apartheid that people are living under in Palestine. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why there are so many people who can't say that this is somewhat akin to what we've seen with the indigenous peoples in America, that it's akin to what we saw with the slave rebellions in America. The reason they can't say it is because they can't come to terms with that reality, that the project of Israel is an apartheid project that is designed to destroy the Palestinian people in every way possible, to steal their land and impose a reality on them that they don't want and kill them if they stand up or say anything about it. They don't even have to stand up and do anything. And they want to think that that's a just project. It's not a just project. And this is why you've seen, it's not just Hamas. And I'll close on this. The whole idea that this is just Hamas is all designed to play into the Islamophobia of Americans, to say it's just a bunch of crazy Islamic radicals. That's why the Israeli forces are now calling Hamas ISIS Gaza. The reality is every Palestinian faction, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Palestinian People's Party, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, all of them of various different ideologies, religions, secular and different things, are all supporting this 100%. It's why, as our colleague colleague Kay Pritzker put out in a recent video, why you have almost all of the NGOs in Gaza and in Palestine saying we put 100% of the blame on the Israelis. There's a reason why Palestinians feel united, and it's not because they love war. It's not because they're beast and because they're violent and because they're bloodthirsty, but they're in a totally asymmetric power relation where no one anywhere does anything to help them ever. And the people who have the power to change their life and relieve their suffering are complicit in their oppression every single day and the covering up of that crime, which is exactly what we see right now in terms of how many of these Western governments are approaching this. And in that context, just like the Powhatan in Virginia in the 1620s and the 1640s, just like the Pueblo in what is now New Mexico in the 1680s, just like Nat Turner, just like Gabriel Prosser, just like the Stono Rebellion, just like the Haitian Revolution, just like all of those people, the Palestinians are finally saying, you know, if no one is going to do anything for us, we have to do something for ourselves. War is not pretty. It's never something that is fun, but it is a reality that's here. And people have to ask themselves, which side are you on in this kind of conflict? You have to look at those historical precedents. And if you want to say, I value Indigenous Peoples Day in America, if you want to say you value the tradition of Black people in America freeing themselves from slavery, then you have to stand in solidarity with the Palestinians resisting their oppression today. And I know a lot of people don't like to hear that, and they don't like to see and hear people have solidarity with resistance, but they have to put it into that context, and they have to understand the 75 years of total dispossession, marginalization, oppression, and exploitation that Palestinians have been subject to with no aid from the outside except from average everyday people.
I'm really proud to know Eugene and Rania as well. It's really cool. I'm happy that both of them have been able to come on this program. I mean, as usual, that's some really moral and historical clarity from Eugene. You know, really like an impressive person and someone that I really respect a lot. And Rania as well, of course. Thanks, Ms. Squatch, for the resub. 21 months of tier 1. Thank you, Ms. Squatch. Ethan Klein got mad at Eugene yesterday. Ethan Klein's just been doing great. Ethan Klein's been really in rare form lately. Geopolitical expert Ethan Klein. Was he fucking YouTube prankster? Yeah, no, that's... I like to go to him for my political analysis, my geopolitical analysis. Ethan Klein. Thank you, Ethan, for all your contributions lately. I think you've been doing a fucking fantastic job. Have you seen any of the Electronic Intifada roundtables? They're on YouTube and they're very good. Well, maybe that's something we could put on next. Just wondering about...
well, Eugene...
He mentioned another piece they did on this that I thought it would be maybe good to look at. Wasn't sure what they were referring to, though. Who's married to an IDF soldier and visits Israel regularly. But no, she wasn't. The thing is, she wasn't a soldier, though. Let's be clear. Yes, she was in the IDF. But she was just like a pencil pusher, so it's not a big deal. She's never hurt anybody, he said. She's never hurt anybody. Yeah, sorry, the IOF. She simply was part of the army that is involved in carrying out this genocide, but she wasn't actually doing it herself, though. She was just a secretary or whatever. Just a bulldozer operator. Hassan did an episode with him yesterday, and Hassan actually succeeded in opening his eyes a bit. I'm not an Ethan fan, but he's starting to come around. I mean, that's great. Overall, he's been absolutely embarrassing himself over the last couple of days. So I hope you're right. I hope he does come around. He's just a reheated, rehabilitated YouTube shit merchant at the end of the day. Yeah, maybe we should stop getting our geopolitical analysis from these people. You know? This is their stream from today. It's an hour and 45 minutes long. I would have no issue just hanging out here all day to talk about this. I don't think I'm going to have to go, I guess, in about 2 hours. So maybe we have enough time to watch it. We'll see. I think Destiny's community brigading him and cheering him on has been fucking his ego up and shifting him more right. I mean, I don't want to talk about Steven much more. Again, I don't ever really want to participate in the whole drama thing. I particularly don't like him because he's targeted me a couple times. Not that I mind. You know, the main thing that Steven targeted me over was saying that the Nazis, that the U.S. made an alliance with the Nazis after World War II, which is 100% true. And I think it's good that screenshot has gone around everywhere, because I'm glad people are getting that message, because it's 100% true, and I don't regret saying it, and I was correct to say it. But he's been targeting me on this. You know, Steven, as we pointed out on the stream, insinuated that I support the rape and murder of women, which is not something that I appreciate very much. As you might expect. Not that I really care what he has to say about me, but yes, when people say to thousands of people that I support women being raped and murdered, yeah, I do find that a little bit offensive and a little bit upsetting. But this guy, he's not a serious person. It's not like he's not even taking some principled stance on behalf of Israel or anything like that. He's purely just memeing for his own enjoyment and his own ego. There was that image of the burned baby that was going around yesterday, and people were saying it was AI. It went through some filter. This is to suggest it was AI. I think that's probably what it was. I don't know. Ben Shapiro shared it, and the official Israeli government shared it or whatever. This fucked up image of a burned infant you might have seen. And I looked at this guy's fucking page, and he's doing memes with the burnt baby, and he's putting the meme of his enemies on top of the burnt baby, saying the things that they that they support Palestinians. And it's at that point, you don't actually care. It's not like you care about Israeli people dying. You certainly don't care about Palestinian people, and you want them to die. But you don't even actually care about kids. You don't care about Hamas. You don't care about anything. You care about nothing. You're a total nihilist at that. When you're putting a meme, whether this image is real or not, whether it's real or not, you're sitting there on Photoshop making a meme of a dead, burned child to own your online enemies. You don't actually care. You don't actually care about any of this. You have no morals. You have no empathy. You care nothing about, you're a pure nihilist. You care nothing about yourself and your own career and making money and building clout and all that shit. You don't actually care. You're just a sick person at that point. He's been spending the whole last week manufacturing consent for this genocide to take place and suggesting that all Palestinian people are rock-throwing religious fundamentalists who deserve to be killed. That's what he spent the whole last week doing. But it's not he's not you're doing that because he cares about Israel. He cares about civilians dying or anything like that. He does not care. He does not care. He does not care. And then trying to pick and clip moments from Hassan's stream, or finding chatters in Hassan's stream saying, look, they like Hamas. They support this kind of violence. Literally, seriously, whether that image is real or not, you're sitting there on Photoshop making a meme of a burned child in order to dunk on your online enemies. What more is there to say? What more is there to say? You're just a troll. You're just looking for attention. You're just trying to trigger people. It's absolutely pathetic behavior. This is a grown man. I get it. I'm 40 years old. I got kids. I do all kinds of weird shit on here, dancing and fucking making an idiot of myself a lot of the time. I get it, but you're an adult man. And first of all, you call yourself Destiny, which is just indescribably pathetic. first and foremost. And you're making memes and joking around and like putting images of burned babies in a meme format to dunk on people that you don't like online. Like, fuck you. Give me a break. That's why I don't care. Like, if he's going to come in me and make all kinds of claims about me and my morality and make these false claims about me, claiming that I support women being raped and murdered, which again is a pretty unfortunate, which is a pretty fucking messed up thing to say about somebody that I'm not particularly happy about. "40-year-old man named Destiny is never not going to be funny." Like, give me a fucking break. Destiny. But yeah, I get it, you know? I'm an adult man too. I do a bunch of dumbass shit online also. But like, what he's doing is not, at least I have a basic, I have basic principles that I try to abide by, right? I try to talk about things that are important in addition to doing this stupid bullshit that I do. This person has no principles, no morality except themselves. As someone who has done streaming professionally, can you personally better understand their clout chasing behavior? I can imagine looking at viewer counts all day can fuck you up mentally. Yeah, I do understand that. But also I've tried to uphold principles that I have. And there have been moments during this stream where for my career, it would have been better for me to shut the fuck up or to play ball or to promote the narrative that needs to be promoted. There have been multiple moments like that on this stream, and I have tried, regardless of the fact that I'm here, I'm trying to get slubs every single day and all this bullshit. I'm trying to make a living from doing this kind of commentary. And, you know, if people think that's crass, if people think that's grifting, you know, okay, sure. You know, I'm trying to do commentary. I'm trying to do journalism. I'm trying to do something to counter these narratives that we see every day. But there have been multiple times where I've had that choice and I could have gone in one direction and worried about my viewers and tried to get more subs and more viewers and more notoriety. And I have stuck by my principles each and every time. It hasn't been great for my career to sit around and like defend Russia's role in Ukraine and talk about NATO and talk about the fascist influence in Ukrainian nationalism. That has not been good for my career. It's not been good for my career to talk about the USSR or Stalin. It's certainly not been helpful for my career to talk about Israel and Palestine. Easelcat, thank you for the 300 friend coin. Thank you for that. And thank you, Anon, a few moments ago for a gifted sub on that subject. Holding up that book on the front page was Integrity in the Moment of Choice. I was excited to get my book in the mail. I was excited to show it to people. I mean, it leads me to something else that I've been wanting to talk about too, because it's just like sometimes I wonder, like, what is it? What is it that we're doing on here? Does any of this matter? Thank you very much, Tampon Taste Tester, on that subject for the 188 bits. You're the only one willing to speak up for everyone that is silenced or too afraid to speak. I also recognize too, as just, I think it's harder sometimes for trans people, for Palestinian or Arab or Muslim people to speak up in times like this, and they get way more criticism, and they get people calling them are racist and calling them terrorists, you know, threatening trans people, all this stuff. I also recognize that like I'm able to say certain things without the same kind of pushback or consequences that some other people would get. And I'm aware of that as well. Thanks, Plunger Man, for the 5 gifted subs. Plunger Man, I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Ben, for the gifted sub. And thank you again, Tampon Taste Tester, for another 100 bits. Jesus. You know, it's like I've been wondering about that lately. Like, what does this matter? Does this matter at all? You know, you should be out there protesting. But does that matter? Do we have any impact in any of this? You know, lots of people went out to protest in those George Floyd protests. What did they get? They got beaten by the cops. Some people had their lives ruined forever over those protests. And what? Nothing happened. You know? It doesn't seem like anything that we do has any actual impact. Does this matter? With my little propaganda corner over here? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be really doing anything to change public opinion or sentiment. You know, I have heard people say to me, you know, you helped change my mind about this subject, or you helped me think about this thing differently. I guess does that matter? I don't know. Maybe it does. But sometimes I really struggle with this. Like, what is the purpose of any of this? I guess that's part of the reason everything is so upsetting, right? Even when it comes to Palestine or when it comes with anything that we talk about, just this feeling of helplessness. This feeling of total helplessness. And we talk about our freedom of the press and our freedom of speech and our ability to go vote, but it's like, and our freedom to assemble, but it's like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually change anything. Nothing changes. It's the exact feeling they want you to feel, which is why without a community, it will literally drive you insane. Yeah, and I mean, absolutely. And that's when I have to thank you. I have to thank this community, because like, it's been as much as people get something out of this, some entertainment, some information, a sense of belonging, whatever it is, it's given that to me. Like, over the last 3 years, coming and talk about these things. People say to me sometimes, like, how do you talk about this shit all day without going crazy? But it's like being able to talk about it here makes me feel less crazy. Like, being able to engage with these topics like this, in this way, keeps me from feeling like I'm losing my mind. It's hard sometimes to be constantly inundated with the awful information, but like, without talking about this every day, I would fucking lose it. Thank you, TGirly70, for the gifted sub. Thank you for that. I so appreciate you. Thank you, TGirly. I appreciate you too. Oh shit, we got a movie night tonight as well, didn't we? We just did Dawn of the Dead on Wednesday. We got Ghostbusters tonight. Is that right? I think we do. That's fun. Anyway, that was a tangent. That was a tangent. I had wanted to rant about our friend Steven there. We should take the time to watch this live stream from Electronic Intifada today. Just 52 minutes ago this ended, or a little over an hour. So let's do this. I don't know if we'll be able to get to the whole thing, but we'll try.
Welcome back to the Electronic Intifada podcast. This is our live stream for Friday, October 13th. I'm Nora Barrows-Friedman, Associate Editor with the Electronic Intifada. I'm here with my co-host, Asa Winstanley, and our Executive Director, Ali Abunimah. We're going to hear from Ali
I haven't seen that,
first
Elbob.
to kind of lay out the current situation and some breaking news. We're also going to be joined by our friend.
Can we just never talk about that guy again, please? I mean, I would like that. And I understand that it's better to not engage with any of that and not get sucked into that drama sphere. And I'm cognizant of that. That's not something that I really want. When someone publicly accuses me personally of supporting the rape and murder of women because I stand with Palestinian people, I find that a little upsetting. And I think regardless of not wanting to get pulled into that back and forth or the drama world, I don't, but I feel like that's something that maybe I should comment on. I don't find that's acceptable.
Rifat Al-Arir in Gaza, as well as Khalil Abu Shamala, and possibly some other guests as we can reach them. We are also going to hear.
And you know what? Like, if someone's going to sit around all day and just talk about how horrible Palestinians are and Hamas is and talk like endlessly promote Israel's right, just go ahead and join the IDF. I think that's what they should do. Go ahead and join the IDF and stop bothering everyone around here. If you really care about this struggle so much, go ahead. That's what I encourage him and others to do if they really care so much about this as they claim to.
There's some analysis on the current situation by our good friend John Elmer. So please stay with us. This is going to be yet another very essential, informative live stream with information that you probably haven't been hearing from the corporate mainstream media at all. With that, Ali, please take it away.
Thanks, Nora. I just want to start by thanking all our readers and viewers of the Electronic Intifada, old and new, for your support, for all the messages you've sent us in recent days. I can't tell you how much they've meant to us and really keep us strong. So we haven't had a chance to reply to everyone.
As the great Katy Perry once said, "Shut up and put your money where your mouth is." That's right. That's a good song, actually.
They really lift our spirits. As you may have heard, since last night, Israel ordered 1.1 million people in Gaza to evacuate
Thank
the
you, Ben,
northern
for
half of
the
Gaza,
gifted sub
including
and the
Gaza
100
City, within
bits.
24 hours. The World Health Organization has called this a death sentence for many people, particularly the sick, the injured, the elderly, and the United Nations has called it impossible, particularly in the catastrophic situation in Gaza. Human Rights Watch said today, ordering 1 million people in Gaza to evacuate when there's no safe place to go is not an effective warning. The roads are rubble, fuel is scarce, the main hospital is in the evacuation zone. This order does not alter Israel's obligations in military operations to never target civilians and take all the measures it can to minimize harm to them. World leaders should speak up now before it is too late. Human Rights Watch has also called on the International Criminal Court prosecutor, who has been totally absent and derelict when it comes to Palestine, to warn all parties of the consequences of their actions. There is absolutely no safe place in Gaza. No part of Gaza has been spared. There is bombing and massacres all over the territory, all the way south to the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. More than 1,500 people have been killed so far. 500 children have been killed by Israeli bombing in a week. There are horrifying scenes of people digging their loved ones out of the rubble with their bare hands. The hospitals cannot cope, and the streets outside Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City are lined with bodies because the morgues are full. The situation in the occupied West Bank is also very dire. Since Saturday, Israeli occupation forces and settlers have killed almost 40 Palestinians, what would normally be a shocking number, but it has been overshadowed by the scale of Israel's extermination campaign in Gaza. Settlers in the West Bank are going on unprecedented rampages and killing sprees, all with the full support of the Israeli army and government. While Palestinians in Gaza have no safe place to go, there are real fears that Israel's order to evacuate is the start of a new Nakba, a mass ethnic cleansing or genocide by Israel to finish the job it started in 1948. Today, Badil, the Palestinian Resource Center for Residency and Refugee Rights in Bethlehem, wrote the following to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. While the United Nations and many countries are calling for the opening of humanitarian relief passages for civilians in the Gaza Strip, there are also calls from the United States and other countries that align with the Israeli colonial apartheid regime to open passageways to transfer Palestinian residents of the Gaza Strip to Egypt. This mixing between the responsibilities of the international community to secure urgent humanitarian relief passages and the opening of passageways for civilians is an intentional confusion that conceals a plan to displace Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. The United Nations and all countries and third parties should be aware that any attempt to displace Palestinians under the pretext of ensuring their safety.
Abby Martin reports that Israel is already bombing convoys of refugees and plans to take down the internet tomorrow. Yeah, we have footage of some of these people that have been on the roads after receiving this evacuation order that have been bombed already. I have a clip we can look at. And also on the subject of Abby, I know I've been saying for years that Abby is going to come on and talk to us. I did email Abby the other day and she got back to me. It seems like every time I reach out to her, she has this big life-changing event going on. She was pregnant. She's making this movie. Right now she's moving into another state. But like, I am in touch with Abby, and I maintain my promise to you that Abby is going to come on this show. She has said that she's super happy to hear from me. She will be coming on. And I mean, there would be very few people better to talk to about this subject than Abby. It's the Abby interview is the 5-year plan, which is hilarious because I interviewed her in like 2018 when Gaza Fights for Freedom came out. She is going to be coming on the show though. At some point in season 4. In season 4, we're really doing it this time. But I'd forgotten to mention that though. I was in touch with her last week. So we are planning to do something closer to when her movie is being released. Her new movie
constitutes a new Nakba in which states supporting Israel are complicit. One very slight bright spot today is that Norway became the first Western country to condemn Israel's siege on Gaza, its cutting off of food, water, electricity, fuel, medicines, and other life essentials to 2.3 million people who are under constant barbaric carpet bombing. But there is no doubt that Israel's genocidal attack on the Palestinian people could not be happening without international complicity and support, particularly that of the United States and the European Union. I wrote yesterday for the Electronic Intifada about the shocking position of the German government in adamantly refusing to condemn Israel,
fucking Germans,
even food and water to everyone in Gaza. That includes more than 1 million children.
Put Israel in Germany.
Even while Israeli officials label them human animals and human beasts. Chancellor Olaf Scholz has even offered Israel military aid to help Tel Aviv perpetrate its ongoing slaughter of civilians, which makes an absolute mockery of the constant cry of never again. Yesterday, we saw U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken traveling to Israel to provide more of that support.
Sorry, just on that subject, we don't need to spend too long talking about this. This is this like really annoying Canadian columnist, Robin Urback. I can't even remember why I hate her, but I just know I hate her from some other things. But like, this is how completely insane our coverage of this is. This is while Israel is carrying out this genocide. This is what Robin Urback is doing, using in her temporary return to the globe. She says, most Jews have wondered at some point in their lives who would help them if the Holocaust happened now, and who would ignore, deflect, or excuse. Oh, I think we have an answer. Like, this is what passes for commentary on this in this goddamn country. Like, you're talking about, oh, if the Holocaust was happening, who's remaining silent? The country that's carrying out the genocide, the country that's keeping people in ghettos, the country that's dehumanizing people and exterminating people, that's Israel. And it's sickening. It's honestly sickening to use the Holocaust to justify that. It's honestly, it's pathetic and it's fucking revolting.
And today, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is there as well. Already, U.S. Globemaster aircraft are arriving with more bombs and munitions for Israel that are destined to be dropped on Palestinian homes, schools, and hospitals in Gaza. Today on Al Jazeera, I saw the European Union spokesperson Peter Stano repeating Israeli atrocity propaganda about what happened when Hamas fighters crossed into Israel on Saturday. Many of these stories are being used to incite hatred and bloodlust against the Palestinian people as a whole. even though they are completely unverified, and many of them have turned out to be totally false. Perhaps the most notorious example is the claim that 40 babies were beheaded by Hamas in the settlement of Kfar Aza.
This is going to go down in the history
fake
books, this
story
whole thing.
was splashed all over the front pages and spread by the Israeli government. President Joe Biden even claimed he had seen photos proving it before the White House had to retract that and admit that there had been no such photos presented to the president.
Countless photos of
But the purpose
Palestinian
of all
kids
this
being pulled out of
propaganda is the same as
destroyed
present
buildings,
has
though.
always been. We've seen it in South Africa, in Vietnam, in the Jim Crow South of the United States, where British, American, and other colonial occupiers, colonizers, and oppressors have always demonized their victims in order to make oppressing and exterminating them palatable and even desirable to the population as a whole. I choose my words carefully, but I will say that the blood libels Israel and its accomplices are spreading against the Palestinian people are no different in intent and effect than the blood libels Hitler spread against Jews. And those who spread such sensational, unverified stories of mass rapes and beheaded babies have blood on their hands. Saleh Arouri, a senior Hamas leader, addressed many of these claims in an important interview on Al Jazeera yesterday. He did not deny that Israeli civilians have been killed, but he explained that Hamas fighters have been under strict orders not to harm civilians. However, there was heavy fighting in the settlements which Israel deliberately built right up close to the Israeli border, and Israeli civilians may well have been killed in some cases by their own forces. We have also seen
That's how much they care about their own
of
civilians.
Hamas fighters protecting civilians, or in at least one case,
You see
returning an Israeli woman and her children.
You see that Amy Schumer clip. They need to go in and protect our hostages. Like, they don't give a fuck about these hostages. These hostages are in Gaza and they're just bombing it indiscriminately. They don't give a shit about rescuing these hostages. Oh, we need to do ethnic cleansing to get the IDF in there to protect these hostages. Yeah, they fucking care about that. This is how much they actually give a shit about those hostages.
Safely home. By the way, that occurred on the first day of the Hamas assault, and Israel knew about it, but never revealed it to the Israeli public. Arouri explained that many such civilians were brought into Gaza not by Hamas fighters, but by Palestinian civilians from Gaza who poured through the border fence when the Israeli defenses collapsed much more quickly than expected. There was also the interview with an Israeli woman who said Hamas fighters spent several hours in her house and didn't lay a finger on her or her children. One fighter even asked her permission before taking a banana from the kitchen counter. The point I am making here is we do not know everything that happened, and we have learned enough times that most of what Israel puts out through its sophisticated propaganda machinery is lies that our so-called media are happy to repeat without any question. Right now,
even our progressive media
are being used to justify genocide. I truly hope we will find out the whole truth, but that would take a genuine, independent international investigation of the kind Israel has always opposed and done everything in its power to demonize and prevent. Finally, I want to end my remarks on a small note of hope, which is the outpouring of international support and solidarity with the Palestinian people that we're seeing. Today, in particular, there have been massive rallies across the world, particularly huge marches in the Arab world, including in Iraq, Yemen, and further afield in Bangladesh and many other countries. In Jordan, there have been huge rallies, and today thousands of people headed towards the border with Palestine, only to be met with tear gas fired at them by the Jordanian security forces. There have been similar scenes of repression in so-called democracies like France, where Emmanuel Macron's riot police have charged, tear-gassed, and arrested marchers who have been out defying a French government ban on showing solidarity with Palestinians. Germany, too, has banned rallies in support of Palestine, and Britain is considering whether it should be a criminal offense even to display a Palestinian flag in public. Here in the United States, I've heard many personal stories of students and educators on campuses facing intimidation, harassment, and even death threats simply for speaking out in support of Palestinians. But I have no doubt this repression will not work. People cannot and will not be silent in the face of such horror. Thanks, Nora.
Crowd Babes, Hamas just put out a whole pre-recorded press conference on that subject. hearing what they actually have to say. They did just put out this whole video. I mean, that's something we could take a look at if we have time, but it's something we should all probably, regardless of whether it's on the stream or not, watch so we can actually get an idea of what they're saying, rather than just the version of it that's distorted through this kind of like propaganda panopticon. Hey, Marina, thank you for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you, Marina. And listen, that's a total of 5 gifted subs in the channel, which you were already an elite member of the community, but that makes it official. Okay.
Our executive director here at the Electronic Intifada. Thank you for compiling that and for.
I haven't watched the CBC coverage over the last couple of days, El Bob. I was so disgusted with, you know what next month is? Oh baby. Oh baby. I was so disgusted with their coverage initially that no, I haven't watched it. And that's the thing. It's like when you manufacture consent for a massacre, you're then later on trying to be balanced coverage of the massacre, I think is less effective, shall we say. And I don't have a lot of respect for your journalistic integrity when you devote so much resources to making sure people are okay with this massacre before you then say, wow, look how horrible this is. You know, you're kind of being part of the problem at that point.
Saying what needs to be said, as always. We want to bring on our friend Khalil Abu Shamala, live from the Gaza Strip. Khalil, how are you? How is your family? What can you tell us about the last 24 hours?
Thank you, Tamara.
Well, that's good to hear, Al Bob.
The 6th day of the war, and nobody can expect, even in his worst dream, that this moment will come. We struggled during the last many years, long years, 10 of years, to stay in Gaza, over our land. But today, the moment when I enforced to leave my home with my kids, it was yani, no word can describe what is the emotional I live, and I know that this is not me, but all of the Palestinians, the maybe 10,000s of Palestinians from Gaza, north of Gaza, they moved to south of Gaza. It is after the order of the Israel occupation forces, when they ask us to move, and because they say that it is more safety to you rather than to stay in homes. We
Thank you,
know what
Anon,
is the coming.
for the gifted sub.
You know, but many people have fears that they may witness the second Nakba if they enforce to continue moving or pushing them to Sinai. And we know why they want people to move, because and you will see this. I'm not sure if you will see it or not, because I just hear that the internet will cut anytime in the coming hours, and they ask even all of the people, including the media. Imagine if there is no media, local media, because we don't have international media or press in Gaza, for very unfortunately, as if they know what will happen. They prevented any of the international national press to enter Gaza. What is expecting is mass massacres against the civilians. The civilians, I don't know how to describe, because we cannot distinguish between who is the civilian and who is the militant. The goals, as I told you last night, is the most of them are civilians. How we can distinguish between the militant of Hamas and the people? They will destroy Gaza, because they claim that Gaza is full of tunnels which used by Hamas.
By the way, like, there's getting reports now, like a few hours from now, Israel's cutting off internet in Gaza. So, like, it seems like they are preparing for this, for this ground invasion, and they want as few people as possible seeing what they're about to do. We're going to have to continue following this weekend. I'm going to have limited time available that I can come on here to talk about it, but you know, it's scary. It seems like this weekend there's going to be some really historic moments happening that I think we should all be paying close attention to still. And it's still, the possibility that this can escalate is still there, you know? Who knows what's going to happen over the next couple of days. It's really impossible to say.
This is not the story. The main story to the Palestinians that the victimizers is supported by the internationals against the victims, and it is unbelievable scene of silence by everybody. I mean the governments, the European, who talk about the human rights, international law, principles, morality. Where is the morality? I don't know. Believe me, I have never been a coward, but I feel that I'm a coward. But why I'm a coward? Because I have kids, and I cannot even look at their eyes. I make this live from my cousin home. I left my kids at my
yes,
brother.
Jeremiah. I think we all do. I think we all know
Originally,
people
I'm
like
from
that.
Khan Yunis. I came back to the family home. But imagine how many of thousands can have in south of Gaza, a place they are homeless now. Most of them are homeless, without any place they can even go to the bath. And we are in a camp, and you know the camps, the refugees camps. They want to remind us and to return back to the Nakba and to emphasize that the Nakba will continue. I cannot talk about political. I cannot analyze what will happen. I have no ability to say what will happen and what type of policy we have now and we will have. Yani, I consider myself as one who can read the future, but I cannot read 2 or 3 hours later. It's the time of the fact. But what is the fact? If I tell you that, wallahi, if I spend today just to receive a court order to spend 10 years in a prison, it will be better and better than the moment I enforced to leave my home. I left everything. And imagine, yani, I'm one of thousands, or let's say, I cannot even tell you how many people came to the south. Yes, there are people who stay now and this night, and they refuse to go. They refuse not because they want to die, but they refuse because they don't know where to go and who will host them. Many questions. Even the UNRWA, my friends, they said to everybody publicly that we are not responsible for your relief in Gaza. We advise you, and I read the message which sent to employees, the UNRWA employees. They said to them, we advise you to move to the south for your safety.
Thank you,
And
Ben,
from this
for
moment,
23 months,
we
tier 1.
are not responsible for your safety. Behave by yourself. So these are the UNRWA stuff. What about the others? The Red Cross also said that it's not our mission or business to ask people or to advise people. Everybody just take off. Yeah, everybody. No international institutions, no international NGOs. Can you imagine the director of the UNRWA operation is out of Gaza in this critical time? Thomas White, the director of the UNRWA operation, left Gaza last Thursday, and he transferred his responsibility to a person. Her name is Jennifer, and I don't know. I don't want to accuse anybody. Not everything that we know can be told.
Where is Thomas White now?
He's in Greek.
In Greece.
Yes.
Just a
Yes.
total abandonment of the Palestinian people. Khalil, we want to bring on our good friend Rifat Al-Harir. Also in Gaza, we spoke to him on Monday. Rifat, can you tell us how you are, how your family is, and what it looks like outside your window right now?
Tamara, I cannot tell you. Yani, I cannot give you the clear case of my kids. Yani, when I say that I cannot look at my kids' eyes, it is unbelievable. I have never thought in my worst dream to stay in this position. Last night, Tamara and my friends, Noor, Nisma, and Muhammad were laughing, and suddenly I said to them, "Stop, please." Noor asked me why. I said that I don't feel good tonight. I was feeling that something will happen. And I spent from 1 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock following up the news and asking and receiving and negotiate and consult. Shall we go? Shall we stay? If we stay, what will happen? And if we go, what is the next? Can we be able to return back to our homes, to Gaza, or we may come to a step or a station for the next southern station? You know what?
Yeah. Khalil,
this is what I was reading from Abby Martin's feed. This is what a lot of, I think, people in Gaza are saying, like even with these sort of evacuation orders, like not only are evacuating Palestinians being bombed, but they also recognize as well, like there are a lot of, like that's what I can link it rather than just talking about it. I can link it if you want. But like, you know, saying like we don't want to, like we're not going to leave. We're going to die here if that's what it comes down to. Because they don't want a repeat of the Nakba. So I can't think of displacement to the places they're talking about. Most people reject the idea of immigration. Everyone says we die here and we're not going to repeat the catastrophe of 48 again. You know, they all know that if they leave, that they're choosing to leave and they won't be able to come back and they're going to be in a refugee camp somewhere. So I think that's the decision that ultimately a lot of people are making here. They're staying and they're going to accept the consequences of that.
A veteran human rights activist, an advocate and fighter for Palestinian liberation. We want to bring in our good friend Rifat, who's a writer and an academic. Rifat, can you? How are you? Tell us how you are.
حبيبي هلا رفعت.
That means Israel will have to put their boots on the ground in Gaza, which is not something they can win. Well, it seems like that's what's happening. I mean, they had this evacuation order. They're cutting the internet. It seems like that's what they're prepping for, and who knows what that's going to look like. and whether there's going to be more people getting involved at that point. I think that's the thing that's making this moment kind of difficult to sort of like think about or react to, is just because I feel like so many different possibilities are converging right now. And it's so hard to know like what the next couple of days or weeks are going to look like. Like this could be a unprecedented massacre or disaster. It could spiral into World War III. Well, I don't know. Will these things happen? I have no idea. But it's like the fact that it's a possibility is like no, I know they already dropped 6,000 bombs. It's already an unprecedented massacre now. But like we're talking about like actually finishing the job, like actually emptying out Gaza, getting people out of there, and that being the end of it. There's an appetite for that in the Israeli government, certainly. The Battle for Algiers was fucking great, actually. I'd really encourage everyone to watch that. It's really, really interesting, and it's just a great movie, first and foremost. V from TO, I already looked. I know exactly what you're posting. It's that Robin Urbach piece, isn't it? Yeah, something with finality, maybe some kind of a final solution. Like that seems to be like an actual possibility. As unthinkable as that was, maybe even like a couple weeks ago. At that point, does Hezbollah get involved? Does Iran get involved more formally? Who knows? And who knows what's going to happen then? We already got one front here, the one war happening on one front in Russia and Ukraine. If we have a major war breaking out on that front, then it's like, then we're really close to World War III. And I don't talk about that to try and like suggest that it's exciting or cool or whatever, or to be a doomsayer or black pilled or whatever. Like it just really does seem like that's a legitimate, genuine possibility. Yeah, and the last domino is Taiwan. That's right. No, it's not. It's not exciting or cool. No, it's going to be a horror show. But yeah, then at that point, the last domino to fall is Taiwan, and then we're doing it. It's happening.
Thank you, Nora, Ali, Asa, and Tamara for having me. It's the same story as Khalid. We speak about the unknown, and again, we think about the worst case scenarios, and Israel creates even more horrible scenarios. And it is escalating, as you can see, the number of people killed, the number of children killed, the number of, the number of bombs Israel throws, the crazy procedures and steps Israel takes against Palestinians in Gaza. And we always ask this question, what's next? And we can't predict, can never predict. This is where you fail, whether you are a political analyst, a human rights activist, a veteran writer. You can't predict, and you can't plan. And the topic of the hour is evacuating more than 1 million people from Gaza and North Gaza. It's impossible. It's impossible to do for many reasons, because Israel still bombs people rushing out of this designated area.
This has been confirmed.
There are 2 reports of 2 targets, people killed, injured. The roads are dangerous. The infrastructure is destroyed.
Sorry, I'll just... On that subject, there's, again, Abby was retweeting stuff about this. This whole thing about evacuating Gaza or whatever. There's already tons of reports of these people fleeing that are being attacked and bombed. My cousins are reporting Israel targeted and bombed cars on the way to Wadi Gaza, the supposed safe place Israel instructed Palestinians to go to. There are many dead. They just got into a car to go to our family in the south, but now are terrified to move. There's also Israeli occupation forces deceive the citizens of Gaza after warning them to leave their homes and then attacking them on the roads. Like, I don't know, are you allowed to show this on Twitch? Is this going to my channel banned? Like, yeah, our government is supporting this, so I think we should probably look at it. You know? We're all talking about how these people are violent and terrorists that deserve Israel has this right to defend itself. Well, that's what it looks like. That's what we support. We're paying for this. So we should probably look at it. We should probably look at it here on Twitch, regardless of the rules of whatever you're allowed to show on here. This is what Israel defending itself actually looks like in practice. These are the surgical strikes that people like Ro Khanna are advocating for. Of course, they can defend themselves, but only surgically and avoiding civilian casualties. Well, this is what's actually happening, though, in the non-Fantasyland fairy tale version of reality that everyone else has to live in. Anyway, that's actually some of the footage of people that have been attacked by Israel while trying to leave after this occupation order.
So people are going to get killed anyway. And this is what many people realize. There are hundreds of thousands now in the Gaza city. And there are people who protested in the Shati Beach refugee camp, Sheikh Ridwan, I guess. They took to the streets declaring that we're not leaving. How many times do we have to leave? How many people does Israel need to kill in order to be satisfied? How much blood? How many Palestinian kids? But we're not also leaving because we don't want another Nakba. Because next time Israel is going to push us into Khan Yunis and then into Rafah and then into the sea. And that's why some people decide to stay. Some people decide to go with relatives, and many people could be staying out in the street in this dangerous situation. And then comes the act of why every time Israel does this, throws pamphlets, from the warplanes, and as dangerous as the bombs, and then tell people evacuate, 1 million people, 500,000 people evacuate, and then people start saying I can't evacuate or I don't want to evacuate, and then it's like, look, we are humane, we are good, we are cute. We're telling them to leave, and you can see this all over Twitter, for example, people saying Israel told you, and even American politicians and journalists were saying, but weren't you warned? So this is a propaganda, this is a publicity stunt by Israel, and at the same time it's dehumanizing because Israel is going to say that, oh, Hamas is keeping them, Hamas is preventing them. Hamas is not preventing anybody. Hundreds of thousands left, and it's understandable, it's justified why they left, why would they leave? And hundreds of thousands did not leave, and it's also understandable and justified. And those people, on their own, Palestinians don't have to wait for people to tell them what to do and what not to do. The most highly educated people in the area, among the top educated people, university degrees, But again, it's always Iran, it's always Hamas, it's always this, it's always that. It never stops. Even when we ask for our freedom and human rights, it's usually not the Palestinians demanding this. Somebody else is insinuating them, is pushing them for a global agenda, an Iranian plan to control, to embarrass Israel. And this comes this horror, unprecedented horror. No book, no words, no articles will be able to describe what we go through as Palestinians. It comes with a very systematic, non-stop, systematic targeting of homes, of families, of people in their homes. 90% of people killed. 1,800 Palestinians were killed in their own homes. And those people usually were hosting relatives and friends and neighbors, because this is what Israel said, move. So people moved. Where would you move? The schools are already full capacity and also targeted. The UN a couple of days ago said 16 of people taking shelter were injured. 2 of them were in critical conditions. So the schools are not safe. They're targeted. The Jabalia massacre, most of the people killed in the Jabalia massacre were people evacuating their homes from Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia. And it was at a local market in the most densely crowded area in the world. And the number of people killed here is also reflected in the number of children. We speak, somebody updated a couple of hours ago, and every time you refresh, 20 people are at 20 children, 2 families, 3 families. We speak about more than 50 families exterminated. And I'm also being very careful about the number. I think it's 100. Because when the Shihab family, it's the whole extended family. But there are 5-6 families. We speak about 583 Palestinian children, 7 days. In 2014, Israel massacred the same number or fewer in 51 days. Now in 7 days. And I did the math here. We speak about 4 kids killed every hour for 7 straight days. 4 kids every hour for 7 straight. This is extermination. This is annihilation. This is genocide. Yes. One Canadian TV said, but isn't that a strong term? I said, this is what the Israelis are saying. They're saying we are wiping Gaza out. He said, but they're targeting Hamas. He said, if you're targeting Hamas, you don't say we're going to turn Gaza into a city of tents. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of collateral damage. So this barbarity is supported by America, supported by Germany, by Britain, by France, and by Italy and other Western countries, sending money, sending billions, and sending against very small, very tiny space, sending warships against Gaza. This is what's going on now.
Thank you, Rifat. And I know that our listeners and viewers around the world, we've been getting so many messages asking about you, about Khalil, about our reporters in Gaza, just, people with broken hearts and rage that this is happening, and that it is being co-signed and underlined and funded and egged on by the so-called international community, and especially the West. Khalil, you've been a human rights activist for many, many years. What the scale of atrocities right now, how can you even begin to measure it?
The problem that we spent long years to convince the international institutions, including and mainly the United Nations institutions, the Human Rights Council, many of reports, which is well documented against the Israeli crimes, but nobody here, even the ICJ, the International Criminal Court, they don't want to listen to us. Even they refuse to meet with the representatives of the human rights organizations, like what happened last year with Raji Hassam from Mizan and PCHR, Palestinian Center for Human Rights. They are captured and controlled by the American administration. They are employees just to do what Israel and American administration asked them to do. And what they are waiting for, opening the files, the Palestinian files, and what they want us to include in our claims and files, to show them that we are subjected to the worst of the terrorism people in all over the world. When we talk about human rights violations, how we can define occupation, how we can define the settlements, how we can believe or think of thousands of prisoners who spend most of their life inside the jails, the Israeli jails. What they ask us to do, it is not the international law. We know this. Our problem is not with the law. Our problem is not with the conventions. Our problem is not with the human rights principles. Our problem is with how they politicize the international law to support the victimizers, the occupation against the Palestinians who are struggling and asking for their rights.
We got to take a look at this. This is something that broke like while the stream has been going on, that I'm just seeing. I don't know if anyone else saw this story. Al Jazeera reporting that a journalist has been killed and 3 have been injured by Israeli shelling in Lebanon, near the border, not Gaza, in Lebanon. A Reuters live stream near the Lebanese-Israeli border a few minutes ago captured an apparent strike on their position and the cries of wounded people. Here's the clip. Jesus Christ. And look at this. So an Israeli shell landed in a gathering of international journalists covering clashes on the border in South Lebanon, killing a Reuters videographer and leaving 6 other journalists injured. And look at this statement. Look at this. This is remarkable. Like I'm reminded of when the AP building was destroyed in Gaza a couple years ago. We talked about it on this stream. They blew up the AP building. And AP almost like fucking apologized to them for it. Oh, we're so sorry that we put our building there. We apologize. They very morally destroyed our offices there because Hamas was there. Look at this statement from Reuters. We are deeply saddened to learn that our videographer, Issam Abdallah, has been killed. Issam was part of a Reuters crew in southern Lebanon who was providing a live signal. We are urgently seeking more information, working with authorities in the region, and supporting Issam's family and colleagues. Reuters journalists Taher El-Sudani and Maher Nazeh also sustained injuries and are seeking medical care. Our thoughts are with their families at this terrible time. Like, you can't even say, it doesn't even say Israel. You can't even say IDF. You can't even say Israel. In your statement about your journalist that was bombed. We're looking for who did this. I wonder if it was the country that has the mortars and the bombs. I wonder who it was. What a mystery. I wonder if maybe it was the country that actually has the army and they have the mortars and have bombs and airplanes and that kind of stuff. They very morally had the right to defend themselves against our journalist.
Just they recognize that there is occupation and people who live under occupation for many years. What we did Oslo Accords, and they throw it in the basket.
They do it constantly, but who's to say who's responsible? We just don't know, because as we know, Israel only targets Hamas and they only target military targets. So it's just really confusing, given that we know, thanks to geopolitical analysts like Amy Schumer, that Israel, or Sarah Silverman, that Israel only targets these military targets. So why would they blow up a bunch of journalists in South Lebanon? Well, that just makes no sense. We're deeply sorry that our colleague Khashoggi was repeatedly hit by a bone saw. He damaged the bone saw with his body, hurling his body at it.
their friends, according to them. They killed even Rabin because he was looking for recognizing, yani.
I mean, this is a good crowd, babes. You say all this whole we must distinguish between Hamas and Palestinians is completely irrelevant and stupid because Israel considers all Palestinians Hamas and are fully willing to blow up a whole family to target some random teenager who got arrested for throwing a rock once. They're not talking about turning Gaza into a parking Rifat Al-Arir in the stream was saying. They're not talking about turning Gaza into a city of tents because of Hamas. Like Naftali Bennett was the one saying, like, what are you talking about civilians for? They don't care. The leader of Israel is just like, what, there's no civilians. They support Hamas. They like Hamas. Like, they're saying it. They're openly saying it. It's not like we need to like read the tea leaves and figure it out and distinguish like who said what. It's like they're literally saying it. They're not shy about saying this.
Some of the Palestinian rights. And now we are in a historical moment. They want to change, and I believe that they will succeed, by the way. They will succeed to change the Middle East. And as I mentioned that I don't like to talk about, in this moment especially, to talk about political issues or to analyze.
Yeah, quite literally the same as Iraqi terrorists in Fallujah and everywhere else. Of course.
I cannot say
they support them, whatever. They support the militants. They support the extremists. It was the exact same justification for massacring civilians in Vietnam as well. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They support the VC. They're the VCs hiding in there. We got to get up that body count. If they run, it means they're part of the VC. Shoot them from the helicopter. Get up that body count. You know what I mean? We don't need to single out Israel. We should right now because of what's happening. But this, like I keep saying, this is the violence of colonialism and imperialism. How it works every time. For, countless examples of it we can look at.
Or see. But wait and see. You will see, you will look. Yeah.
Shirnipa, who said that?
Hopefully I will be true. It is not Sinai. One of the possibilities, one of the concerns of most of Gazans. But the situation which will come is a new look people with maybe good level of life, but with no rights to continue as before. Sorry, because of the electricity, because of I'm out of my brother home. But once again, we should not leave the hope. We are in a situation that yes, we cannot do anything now because just while coming to my cousin home, I hear that they may cut the internet. I don't know if Rifat also heard about it or not. No electricity, no life, no goods, no food even in the markets, and Israel continue to prevent the services from through Rafah border. Look how they are arrogant, and they deal as if they are the only. They live using Holocaust for 70 years, and we are innocent.
Here's some more breaking news. From the Spectator Index. According to Fox News, apparently it reports the U.S. has called on Israel to postpone its ground operation in Gaza until safe passage is secured for civilians. And this is how we're justifying it. Like, we are justifying a second Nakba. Safe passage to where? I mean, this is the whole thing. We hold off on your ground operations and we'll help you carry out this ethnic cleansing. And they're not even going to do it. Do you think Israel's going to hold off? Listen to what they're saying. Do you think they're going to hold off because America told them to? What? Or what? Or what? What are you going to do? What is America going to do if Israel doesn't hold off this ground invasion? What the fuck is America going to do? Nothing. Nothing. They're not going to do shit. There's going to be no consequences or no sanctions, no suspension of funding, no suspension of arms. America's not going to do shit. Yeah, except Biden's going to say, I told him not to, Jack. Fully support it, though. Yeah, that's the good old-fashioned American response. Really helpful.
We have no relation with the Holocaust. Now they will use what happened last Saturday to describe, and the
ultimate American neoliberal fake help, fake choice. Either stay in Gaza and get bombed to death, or we'll help you evacuate and you'll never get to return.
What we have now, and hopefully, I believe in you to continue.
And like we're saying, like regardless of this, most people I think are going to stay. I'm sure you will see some people leave, but I think a lot of people are they know full well what leaving means.
Whether we can meet again or talk together again or
yeah, and people who are leaving now are being bombed as well. So
keeping our message and the Gaza message, the victims, the infants, the children, the women, the people who have no ability to continue.
Khalil, we take very seriously that
leave
duty.
To what as well? Is America going to promise to accept Palestinian refugees? No, it's leave and go live the rest of your life in a refugee camp, or die, or stay and die. Like that's what it is, right? That's not hyperbole. Stay in Gaza and die, leave and go spend the rest of your life in a refugee camp. That's the choice.
And I know that you sent a message that you should leave because of the situation there. So we don't want to keep you longer than you can stay safely. But we hope to meet again soon, ala khair, as Rifat said.
Sure.
And we will continue this duty as long as we can and with all our energy. And that's what we can do. And all our work is motivated by the hope that we will prevail over this. So I just want to say to you and your family that even when we can't see you or talk to you, we're thinking of you and praying for your safety and for the safety of all the people in Gaza. Thank you, Khalil.
Thank God.
Thank you. Thank you. And Rifat, we know that your battery and internet is also running low, so we want to let you go as well. But if you, I mean, I'm just struck by, the media blackout here in the West about what it actually looks like and feels like for Palestinians right now, who are trying to move from place to place to place to find any semblance of safety for them and their family. Can you describe to us what it looks like when Israel carpet bombs the Gaza Strip, which is only about 24, 25 miles long and maybe 5 miles wide at its widest? Can you talk about that?
For us who are following the news, this is more than complicity. The other night I was with Chris Cuomo. He's in occupied Palestine. And I was expected to speak about around 3, but then it took like 25 minutes or 20 minutes of Israelis, poor Israelis. Many of them admitting, yeah, I am in the army. Yeah, I was in the army. Yeah, I joined the army. And I was bombarded by all these, humane stories of the occupiers, the settlers, stealing my grandmother's land. And then, unexpectedly, I've done scores of dozens of talks, interviews. And each one of them starts with, how's it going? But the first question was about Hamas and not allowing people to, and I was like, where do you get this from? Hamas would like for Palestinians with American passports to leave, because Israel is not allowing them to leave. It's not allowing anybody to leave. And then he keeps going on and the framing. And even when he introduced me, he said, okay, wait a minute, you might be surprised. But he was too scared, really.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I told him at the end of the interview that, Chris, your framing is riddled with inaccuracies, with fake news. And if you think this is what's going on, if you start the story from B, you blame the Warsaw Ghetto rebels, you blame the Native Americans, you blame the slaves that rebelled against the slave owners, and you blame the Palestinians. If you believe in this, then you're not paying attention. And to me as a Palestinian, and when people always ask me, so what's going on? I tell them that this time is different. Every time and somebody put it accurately on Twitter, the political and media class, yeah, they are all in one club together. They care for each other. They benefit from each other. It's mutual. So this class is now hell-bent on demonizing and dehumanizing the Palestinians because they want to justify the genocide that is happening right now. So when people ask me, I say it's different this time. It's not only, it's very systematic. It's like everybody is pledging allegiance to Israel. Everybody, especially coming to a presidential election with many horrible hopefuls calling for Netanyahu to finish us out. Finish them, Netanyahu, Nikki Haley says. And I think it was Lindsey Graham that said these are savages.
Rifat, I think,
sorry,
I just wanted to say, I think one of the hardest things to come to grips with is that the people who always scream the loudest about the Holocaust and say never again, and we have to learn the lessons of history, particularly American and European leaders, are the ones who are most actively supporting this Holocaust in Gaza. A genocide in Gaza. They're sending airplanes full of bombs to drop on Palestinian babies. And this is the thing that has for me broken any sense, any belief I have in all the supposed principles we were taught to revere: human rights, international law, democracy. The people who come to lecture us about human rights and democracy and international law are the ones who are doing this to you, to your family, to 2.3 million people in Gaza. They're the ones who are doing this, the ones who build museums to the Holocaust and say, we need to take Palestinians and Arabs to these Holocaust museums to educate these savages and barbarians, jungle people, as Joseph Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief, called them. They're the ones. The White House spokesperson, Karine Jean-Pierre, said that calls for a ceasefire for Gaza are repugnant. What kind of world do we live in where calling for a ceasefire is repugnant? These people worship war. They worship death. I'm 51 years old, and I wake up every day as angry and as enraged and as outraged as I have been my whole life at what they're doing to us. But you know, Rifat, they want us to be nice victims. Yeah. They want us to be polite. They don't like it when we're angry. I get messages saying, oh, you know, you should present yourselves better. You won't win support if you're angry. What support did we win for all these years? All these years of advocacy, of meetings, of lectures, of speeches, of meeting with politicians. Not one European politician objected to cutting food and water and electricity from children. Not one. I'm saying not one leader. Yes, there were a few politicians, a few members of parliament here or there, but not one leader. Not one Arab country. Not one, let's let aside the Europeans, not one Arab country of those regimes run by traitors withdrew their ambassadors from Israel or closed their embassies with Israel. What is this? What is this hell we're living in? People come to us for analysis. I don't know how to analyze this. I don't know what to say to people. But our hearts are in pain. Our hearts are broken when we see this world that allows the scenery that we're seeing in Gaza today. Massacre after massacre after massacre of whole families, of 583 children as of this morning. By the time we finish this live stream, the number will have gone up. And people digging in rubble in their bare hands. And this is a world that lectures us about human rights and democracy. I don't know what to say to you, Rifat. I don't know, as you have said, as Khalil said, he doesn't know how to face his children. I don't know how to face you and to face people in Gaza. And I don't know how to say to you that I'm sorry we failed.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Ali. I think we didn't fail. We did not. And that's when it comes to end. No, we didn't. We didn't submit to their barbarity. We didn't submit to their brutality. And even when Gaza, this attack came when Gaza was in its weakest time possible. Look at what they did to the most invincible army in the area, the fourth strongest army in the world. The humiliation. The humiliation. But it's not only about that. This is not where we get our pride. We get our pride from staying principled at a time when everybody is not. I saw a friend, trashing somebody, saying, like, he was posting some anti-Semitic stuff on Twitter, replying, with anti-Semitic things, and he was like, "Don't do this. We're not them." And I was very proud. It is at this time that people their mettle can be tested, who they are, their character. Those people failed miserably. We didn't. They failed because when it came to the Ukrainians, blonde hair, blue eyes, everybody was sending money. Everybody was posting, even the Israelis were posting pictures, how to make cocktail Molotovs, how little children are carrying guns and fighting the Russian barbarians. Politicians sending money, billions of dollars, competing to send billions of dollars to Ukraine. But when it came to people with darker skin, they failed, and they failed miserably. And I don't want to say I don't know how they sleep, because they don't have a conscience. There is this anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim sentiment that is deeply rooted and normalized in the media, in among politicians. It's always been there, but it has just been exposed. And I think there has to be this week has to be a time of reconsideration. Muslims, Arabs, pro-Palestinians, free people around the world. There has to be something that comes out of this, something stronger than before, more powerful, to learn the lesson that those people are they are unreliable. They cannot, because some of those, even Bernie Sanders, and I don't want to name names but they were horrible. I don't want to
name the names. Now is the time.
People in the Congress, and everybody saw this. Israel was heading towards a genocide, and you post 10 tweets explaining why what happened from the Palestinians is wrong, for God's sakes. So, Ali, I think you didn't fail. We didn't fail as Palestinians. We stayed principled, believing in, we don't want war. We don't want war. We want it to end. We want it to, because only poor, innocent people get killed, and the politicians benefit. They get more money, and the companies, the arms. There was somebody posting the stocks of four companies, forgot the names, skyrocketing, and they know this is beneficial for them. And for Israel, this is, again, it's a cash. Gaza is a cash cow. In 2014, according to one Israeli economist, more than 70% of the money that came to Gaza reconstruction ended up in Israeli coffers. And but it's not about the money now. This is about displacing, pushing Palestinians to Sinai, to the sea, or killing as many of them as possible, or killing all the intellectuals, all the leaders, whoever they are, and then Palestinians, Israelis, and can live in peace for 10, 20 years. They can. Okay, you can live because there were times when Israel lived in relative peace with the subjects, the Palestinians. But what happens in 2 decades or 3 decades?
Rifat, we're supposed to be the ones sending you love and support in Gaza, and you are reassuring us and raising our spirits. And we have tough moments, and we all do. I'm sure we all have. And our belief in this cause is unshakable. I hate to use that word because it's the word Joe Biden uses for U.S. support for Israel, but truly our faith in this cause is unshakable, and we will never give up. We will never give up. And we know that our elders, our parents, grandparents who lived through the Nakba, who lived through wars, who lived through intifadas, saw things that are just as horrible. We know Israel's history. We think about all of the black pages of history written by Israel, and they never lost hope, and they never lost their determination, and we won't either. I just want to make that very clear.
I think on that note, on the history, considering this video has been fantastic, and I encourage people to watch the rest of it. I do want to try and get to a few other things. There's another 45 minutes left in this video, and like on that subject of the history, I think it could probably be beneficial to just watch this clip. I believe it's from Gaza Fights for Freedom. The real history for Nakba Day, and if that's what is happening right now as second Nakba, then it's probably going to be really valuable to look at this.
Gaza has a story. If you look at mass media, the story you find is that they fire hundreds of rockets into Israeli cities right across the border. Everything before that point is left out. Most commonly, we hear of rockets hitting the border city of Sderot. It is home to the notorious Sderot cinema, where settlers drink beer and eat popcorn watching bombs fall onto Gaza. Sderot was once called Hajj, a village that was 100% Palestinian and Muslim. Israeli historian Benny Morris uncovered that not only did Palestinian residents get along well with Jewish settlers, but they actually hid and protected them from British occupation forces in 1946, when a British Army dragnet was rounding up members of a Jewish paramilitary. The Palestinians of Hajj kept them safe. It came as a shock to them when just about a year later, that same paramilitary violently expelled every single resident of Hajj. All fled to Gaza. Hajj was renamed Sderot, and settlers from all over the world started to move there. This is the family history of almost every current resident of Gaza, where roughly 75% of people living there are refugees from villages just outside of their border. They were among the 500 Arab villages completely depopulated at the barrel of a gun in 1948, in what became known as the Nakba. Those who wouldn't leave their homes were killed. That year,
I try not to get discouraged by how malleable history seems, but how it can be revised with such seeming ease. I guess, Sean, like one thing I tell myself is that there's a greater history beyond what our reality right now and what gets filtered back through us through this like media lens and whatever America says, the American history books and what we're living through now. There's a historical record that it's going to exist decades and centuries and even thousands of years from now, and I think that's what I tried to center. It's not so much about what we're seeing right now. We see history being revised in real time. We see it happening right in front of our eyes. But I think there's something beyond that, though. There's a greater history that's being written, and it might not be us that gets to see that real history, but, later, our ancestors, whoever they are going to be able to see this history. There's a history beyond, what we tell ourselves. There's an objectivity to it, right? There's an objective history.
United Nations issued Resolution 194, which mandated that all of the 750,000 Palestinians made refugees from the Nakba had the right to return to the land they were ethnically cleansed from. From that day forward, Israel has refused, in flagrant violation of international law. Displacement of the indigenous population was always the plan. As founder and...
but I'm indigenous to Israel, actually. I grew up in fucking Long Island. Oh, let's go back to my ancestral home. I'm gonna go back to my ancestral home. Every single generation of my family, going back 5 generations, are fucking dumbass Americans, but let me go back to my ancestral indigenous territory. Fucking losers.
first Prime Minister Ben-Gurion declared. We must expel the Arabs and take their places. Just 6 months after Israel's creation, top secret military orders revealed their policy targeting the movement of civilian Arabs from Gaza. Their mission, put plainly, expulsion of the Arab villagers and denial of their return by demolishing their houses. To
It's
gather all the
complicated.
residents
It's a complex
and
issue.
deport them to Gaza, to burn down the villages, and most shockingly, surveying the refugees' way of movement and laying mines in the routes.
We're still seeing right now, right today.
And in 1954, the Prevention of Infiltration Law was created to punish any refugee trying to return, under which a shoot-to-kill policy was employed.
This is the link to this specific clip, but again, I'm going to mention again, if you've not seen the film that this is from, Gaza Fights for Freedom, really, really highly recommend everyone watches that if you haven't seen it before. In case any of this is still not clear about this power dynamic and this whole idea of violence and who gets to wield it and who doesn't.
Like the ones still used today against the Great March protesters.
These are the citizens of tomorrow who need help urgently to live today. It's the old question, am I my brother's keeper? The answer is yes. You and everyone who is made aware of a great tragedy must assume a responsibility to end it. This is a problem which cries out to the civilized world for a quick, a humanitarian, a permanent solution.
But the story doesn't end there. In a massive military offensive in 1967, they seized the Gaza Strip and West Bank and put them under martial law. Prime Minister at the time, Levi Eshkol, was very open about their depopulation plans for Gaza. One tactic he proposed to get its inhabitants to flee has carried on to this day. He said, perhaps if we don't give them enough water, they won't have a choice, because the orchards will yellow and wither.
In another camp, a well that normally provided water for 2,000 people soon dried up after being used by 13,000 or more. Some Palestine refugees have lived in camps for 30 years, have raised families in them, who in turn have raised children of their own. 3 generations of refugees. It hardly seems possible.
Between then and 2005, Israel established 21 major settlements, taking 20% of Gaza's territory. Just as the West Bank was rapidly disappearing as settlements grew, so too was Gaza. Palestinians in Gaza lived under a legal military occupation and were subject to dozens of military checkpoints, Jewish-only roads, and other forms of violence. Under military rule, all political activity is deemed illegal, including attending a peaceful protest,
The only
handing out
democracy in the
leaflets,
Middle East,
and
as
even
they
raising
say.
a Palestinian flag. Palestinians were routinely kicked out of their homes and forced to watch them bulldozed, while the military cleared the way for new settlements. Inevitably, massive uprisings by the entire Palestinian population exploded in what became known as the First and Second Intifadas. Whether tactics used were violent or non-violent, they were smashed with the utmost cruelty and brutality. It was here that the largely symbolic act of throwing stones was widely adopted as an act of resistance.
I thought in the Bible
A
we
fitting
celebrated
weapon
that
for a David
when
versus
someone's throwing a
Goliath
stone at a tank or a giant.
While Israel publicly maintained its desire for peace, its actions
Thank you,
spoke to
Anon, for the
contrary.
gifted sub.
Militant resistance forced the Israeli occupation to leave Gaza in 2005, while cementing a permanent military occupation of the West Bank. Angry extremist settlers, who were determined to take Gaza, had to be physically removed by the Israeli military. But the move was never meant to be permanent. The desire for a greater Israel, swallowing all of Gaza and beyond, is no secret. The next year, Gaza held its first democratic election. Hamas won.
Midwest Manitoba, thanks for 4 months of tier 1. That all the shit about the greater Israel as well, that's probably something that needs to be centered also. You see what and these people are not shy about their desire for this. Like, they don't actually even want to stop with ethnic cleansing just these Palestinians. As much as we talk about, like, Putin, he doesn't want to, he's not going to stop at eastern Ukraine. He's going to keep going. He's going to come into NATO. Meanwhile, you've got Israel being like, no, we actually do want to have greater Israel and we want to take over all these different parts of the Middle East. Yeah, we actually want that. And we're like, that's great. Here's a few more $1 billion. Thank you.
We are not playing terrorism or violence. We are under occupation. The Israeli continue their aggression against our people.
You want some nukes?
Detention, demolition. And in order to stop these processes, we run effective self-defense by all means, including using guns.
A diplomatic cable released by WikiLeaks reveals the truth behind Israel's rhetoric about Hamas. After losing the election, rival party Fatah requested that Israel come to their aid with weapons and military strikes to prevent Hamas from taking control of the Strip. As exposed in the cables, the Israeli intelligence chief told the U.S. ambassador that they wanted Hamas to take full control of Gaza, telling him that if Hamas managed to take full control, then the Israeli Defense Forces would be able to regard Gaza as a hostile territory. Fatah fled as a result, and Israel immediately designated every man, woman, and child in Gaza hostile, and therefore everything a legitimate target. With this excuse, that all of Gaza is a hostile entity, they implemented the devastating blockade and began a regular series of bombing campaigns that took death and destruction to a new level. This past decade is defined by routine massacres on Gaza's caged population, always portrayed by Israeli officials as self-defense. With almost zero casualties on the Israeli side of these so-called wars, thousands of civilians in Gaza perished under their bombs in 2008, 2012, and the worst in 2014. Over those 2 months, Israeli bombs killed 2,200 Palestinians in Gaza, the vast majority non-combatants. A horrifying total of 500 children.
They just passed that in 1 week.
This most recent aerial massacre took much more than life and limb. Around 178,000 homes were totally destroyed or in need of severe repair. Worst still, they cannot rebuild. The Israeli blockade bans any construction materials from entering Gaza. That's why Gaza is still in a state of rubble, as if the war just ended yesterday. Bombing continues on a regular basis. It usually follows the same script. Israel violates a brokered ceasefire agreement. Gaza responds with rockets, and Israel unleashes a wildly disproportionate assault, with mass media in tow, trumpeting an upside-down reality.
There he is. Gotta watch that film. It's really, can't recommend it enough. I can link it right here in the chat. If you haven't seen it, it's for free on YouTube right now. It's good to get that history, right? It's not like we hear about this stuff often when we hear about this conflict and we read about it. We hear about this complex issue where both sides have done bad things, you know? Highly recommend the film 1848 Creation and Catastrophe as well. Yeah, that seems something that would be good to see as well. I think I got to get going, folks. gonna go pick up my kid from school. The thing that really like destroyed me before since we watched that video of those kids in Palestine, I haven't stopped thinking about it really. It really destroyed me before. I think I can probably talk about it now, but the one thing I haven't stopped thinking about is that little kid that says, I wish my dad could go back to how he was before. You know, I feel really lucky to be where I am. You know, I can have a kid that has a nice life, that doesn't have to think about this stuff, that doesn't have to worry about bombs getting dropped on his head. You know, you feel guilty, you know? You know, why does he get that and other kids don't? You know, it's not fair. You can appreciate what you have in life, but it's like, it's not fair. And just to think about how it's our government that's paying for the bombs that are being dropped on these kids. And all our political leaders and all our media figures just lining up to say like, no, it's okay that this is happening. It's okay. It's good actually that this is happening. Israeli kids don't deserve to live in terror either, you know? It's what I don't understand about people that are complaining about this violence and this violence against children or unarmed people. They complain about the violence against children, and then they advocate for this system to just continue on and on and on and on. It doesn't make sense to me, honestly. How do you say that you care about kids being killed and then turn right around and say it's good that we're dropping bombs on kids in the same sentence? I don't get it. Comrade Bushy, thanks for the gifted sub, and Ben, thank you for a gifted sub as well. Thank you everyone for supporting the stream today and always. I really appreciate you folks. You know, I appreciate having this platform, this community, and I appreciate that people support the work that I do on here. Whatever good it's doing. I don't know if it's doing anything, but it means a lot to me. I'm gonna raid Hassan again. I mean, Hassan's, like I said, he's been doing good coverage of this, and he's like, we're talking about this all day, and Hassan's gonna continue to focus on it as well. And for whatever criticisms people have, like, he's got a big platform, and the fact that he's continuing to focus people's attention on that, I think, is a really good thing, and I'm glad that he's doing that. Top Scruffy, thanks for the 30 months, a resub as well. Thanks for, again, folks, thanks for watching today. I I mean, I'm planning on coming back on Monday. We'll see what happens this weekend. I do have, I'm going to be parenting a lot this weekend, so if it really feels like it's necessary to start streaming and paying attention to this stuff, whatever's going to happen this weekend, I'll try to make time for it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If not, I'll be back on Monday. Free Palestine, end apartheid. Take care, folks.